Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. Hello. All right, we are up and running. Today is Technology Thursday. Good evening and welcome to our show. No, I don't have any friends in the Pentagon yet. Someday maybe I will. Well, thank you. Yeah, we're here to talk about technology, all the wonderful technology we're using. I'm making upgrades right now to my gaming computer, which was having some problems during the early part of our cooking show. That's why I was down for 15 minutes today in their pre-show. But we brought you the cooking show in a bag. We got you the 7 lunches for $5. For all of you who don't know how to cook, but it's so easy to cook. You just chop up a few vegetables, throw some sausage or something into the fry pan and start a stir fry. And I steam fry. And somebody asked me, your electric bill must be really high. Actually, no. I actually turn burners off. Like right now, I was making a meal for tonight, which I was going to be a live show, and it's cooking right now in its own heat. I made a rotini spaghetti type dish as an alternative to this dish, the rice dish, which you just saw. So alternating between a spaghetti base and a rice base is one good way to mix up the dishes so that people don't get bored with lunches. But you could save up to $150 a week or a month, depending on how many lunches you eat out at. All right. Some people spend $10 or $15 a day for lunch, minimum. So that's why I'm saying you could save $150 a week. Yes, well, obviously the president will take office in January of 2017. So yes, I will be the president in January of 2017. The problem is you need to get a lot of people to write my name in, because we're waiting for people to get my name on the ballot, and we're having problems in all kinds of different ways. The election law in every state is rigged against minor party status or individual status. The big, huge parties, the Republican and Democratic Party, have special arrangements with election law. Things don't apply to them that apply to minor parties and individuals. No, I'm not a neocon. I'm the opposite of a neocon. I'm a fiscal conservative who doesn't believe in a global world order or in the power of the new world order. I'm a person who wants to get our budgeting under control and get a pay-as-you-go plan for America. But at the same time, I want to spearhead new ideas that'll trigger growth in our free market economy, whatever's left of it that hasn't been subsidized by the Marxist Democrats. Now, I urge you not to vote for Hillary because she is a Marxist. She wrote a paper on Saul Alinsky, the famous socialist who literally wanted to bankrupt countries to get more people to get elected. Essentially, the socialists give everybody all these freebies and expect votes in return. Consequently, they drain the tax dollars of a nation, and the working man ends up paying for the non-working man, and that's not what I support at all. Oppositely, I'm not in favor of a fascist regime with a guy who borrows my ideas. 6 of my ideas now have been taken by Donald Trump, and these were ideas that I've had since 2007, 2008. And since we haven't had any mainstream media attention in 7 years, I'm a living example of how censorship is fully functional in America, how they are censoring the average American. And I'm just like you are. If you were to go out and do what I did, you'd run into the same problem. It wouldn't matter. So I've proven over the past 7 or 8 years that this is an example of Americans trying to help their country. Now, if we were left to our own resolve on fixing the country, the American people would integrate all kinds of new ideas. You guys would talk to me daily in a chat room. We'd be able to address problems specific to your area. A lot more people would be presenting questions which I could read at the beginning of each show and address at the beginning of each show. Yeah, Trump stole 6 of my ideas. You know, when I started the birther concept in 2008, and I ran with my impersonation video, Broken St. Obama's, people were going, wow, yeah. Nobody heard us in America, but I was seen across the globe. I'm a household word in Japan and other countries. Yet nobody in America knows about me, and the only people that have heard about me are people that have read Rolling Stone magazine, and that called me a bizarre fringe candidate, which is libelous. It's absolutely libelous. I'm not a bizarre fringe candidate. I'm a person simply trying to save America from the worst president and the worst political movement our country's ever seen, the Democrats. I thought the Republicans were bad, but the Democrats have proven to be absolutely mindless when it comes to government. They don't ever admit wrong. It's almost a taboo to say something was wrong in Obama's cabinet or something he did was wrong. The Democrats protect him like people are protecting a vat of poison. Why? We don't know. Because they love the power. They want to stay in power, so they don't want to say anything bad about Barack Obama. But I'm more than willing to talk about him, and I did so for years ahead of Donald Trump when he picked up the birther concept and ran with it as his opening statement to the American people. Well, ironically, Donald Trump isn't talking about prosecuting Barack Obama anymore. That's seemingly out the door. See, everything that Trump takes on, he does it for flash value, and then he drops it. Remember when he said he was going to punish women who have abortions?
As cigarette smoking.
He said that in order to get flash value. Media coverage, and then he drops it. Then he said, I didn't mean that. So I wouldn't want to punish anyone who had an abortion either, but the fact of the matter is he's flip-flopping in front of the American people, and he hasn't committed to prosecuting Barack Obama on fraud charges, which I am openly promoting because it's the only way we're going to get accountability on this Obamacare nightmare. I don't care if he's considering VP candidates. Frankly, I've got just as much chance of winning this election as he does. We're all in this together at this point. The American people are waking up to the two-party tyranny. They're beginning to realize that voting party line isn't working. There are people that want to leave the Republican Party because Donald Trump isn't conservative enough, especially fiscally conservative. They don't like his social values either. He seems to be a guy who, well, he's on Jeffrey Epstein's blacklist. That means he must have been soliciting prostitutes. Why else would he be on Jeffrey Epstein's blacklist? This is Jeffrey Epstein, the guy who was charged with pedophilia in 2008 or something. And the media never really took the story and never talked about it. So we've got a lot to work with. I can nail both Hillary and Donald on the Jeffrey Epstein thing alone. Hillary's protecting her husband, Bill, who's been to Orgy Island, has been seen around Orgy Island, even named as that person at Orgy Island by an underage prostitute in a deposition. So all of these things are beginning to seem incredible to the American people. And an honest man running for president is like the only thing they can hope to have at this point. So it doesn't matter. You guys can write my name in. Anybody in America can remember my name. And believe me, in a short period of time, my name will be a national beacon of hope. That's how I see it. Around the world, people are watching. They're saying, why is this third party being suppressed? You Americans claim to be free and democratic. Cairo TV went to my house, interviewed me for over 30 minutes, 2 separate occasions, and never played any of the video. They refused to play any of the issues. Never talk about any issues. Let's talk about what's on your mind. Yeah, well, many of you don't realize we've got a good, solid set of solutions for America. We even wrote a book about it. And we called the book Hybrid Capitalism because it pretty much is the best of all forms of economics coming together to form a solution to the nation's problems. Excuse the chair. Hybrid Capitalism is available on our site for a 99-cent download on Kindle. You're watching, I know. We're all watching. We're watching as the country melts down. You know, everything's in a stall pattern. No, none of the interviews on Cairo, the Cairo never released any videos. I asked them and they refused to even respond to my email. There is no toupee. So for all of you who are wondering, this is my real hair. I was born with blonde hair. Yeah. A lot of things are lame right now. When you go test your freedoms, you don't have any. That's my point. Oh, it is a bargain, book-wise. If you really want to read a book about new ideas, we are original thinkers. Sarah and I are free thinkers. We put this idea together because we saw some common sense solutions that need to be exploited. We need to get environmental technologies, green, clean technologies on board. I could say I've been in the broadcasting business all my life. I'm broadcasting right now. I'm not getting paid for this, but I've been in the business. Never was a loan shark, no. Well, we're all looking at one scenario. When is the economy going to go belly up? When is there going to be a massive drop in the stock market? Well, what if I told you there isn't going to be one? You see, the way our economy works is whenever they see a downfall or a shortage, they just infuse printed money into that sector. So whenever they see a problem with like a company, AIG, back in 2009, AIG needed 160 billion. They got it. They just throw the money in there. And then miraculously, AIG somehow paid back that money. And no one knows who bought the stock. So maybe the government bought the stock of AIG. So they got that covered too, making it look like the economy's rebounding. You're wondering why gold and silver aren't really skyrocketing. Well, gold and silver are basically a paper stock at this point because COMEX, the New York Mercantile, has no accountability. They can hide any amount of gold and silver that they really want. If they don't have real tangible gold and silver behind the paper stocks, they just say they do. And everyone's okay with that. So we really haven't seen the real substance of the gold and silver spike unless people start cashing in all their gold and silver and realize, oh my gosh, some of these paper certificates are not real. That could create a huge problem. But for the most part, they've been able to lie, cheat, and steal. And the people that are stealing the money are basically drawing money out of our equity as a nation. They're bankrupting us, slowly bankrupting us. And people like Donald Trump, who are buyout specialists, corporate buyout specialists, are coming in to clean up the final days of America. He'll probably sell us off to China. He seems to like China a lot. I'm just very concerned that a guy who had 4 corporate bankruptcies is being looked at as a gleaming example of success. I mean, our country is upside down when we think a guy who had 4 corporate bankruptcies is going to help this nation. He doesn't understand fiscal conservancy at all. In fact, he's turned a blind eye to the Tea Party. And I've got to ask all Tea Party people to consider our effort here. As a fiscally conservative third party, we will dedicate the budget, make sure that we focus on forensic auditors to get rid of certain waste in areas like Medicare, Medicaid, welfare fraud, corporate welfare fraud, and we will get a zero deficit. That's my promise to you. I don't have all the ties holding me down. I don't have $50,000 plate donations from companies saying, you got to give us a good contract with a military budget. I don't have the mob ties that he does. I don't know the Gambino family. So Donald Trump is not the right guy for this job. A greedy person is the last guy this country needs. A person who's dedicated to the American people and has no sense of greed. That's what I am. I've never been greedy in my entire life. Everything about my life has been more of an effort to stay afloat without spending too much money. And it's not only been an effort that's turned into a science. And I'm even teaching people how to save money, 7 lunches for $5. I mean, seriously. But to put a gambler in charge of finance, that's crazy. And Hillary really doesn't have good judgment. I would agree with Donald Trump on that note. She seems to be making big mistakes wherever she turns, like not even keeping a redundant server on her email. I mean, that was a requirement under public disclosure law. She should be charged with a felony, a Class C felony for not following up with her public disclosure requirements. I don't know. OBS and Bond don't work together, I guess. That's the thing, Uni. I went with XSplit, but XSplit has a lot of bugs in the program. There's no guarantee it's going to work. We're having a problem with XSplit running on a Windows 8 system that we just bought, a brand new gaming computer. And we're debating whether we upgrade to Windows 10, which is ridiculous. So yeah, we're kind of happy with XSplit, but you always have to keep working different versions of it in order to make it work sometimes. I might have to download an older copy to make it work. I mean, all this tweaking goes on. Use OBS. Okay. Okay, now the FDA is the Food and Drug Administration, or the, well, whatever you want to call them. They don't do a lot. They don't stop dangerous GMOs. But they're going after e-cigarettes with a vengeance. Because the people that basically are in power right now, the Democrats, they're running shortages in every state because they don't have enough money from cigarette taxes. So they're using the arm of the government. This is what a fascist nation does. It uses the arm of the government to tighten rules for e-cigarettes so that people go back to smoking cigarettes and paying taxes. Amazing, huh? But they're not stopping GMOs or any other dangerous chemicals in our environment. The FDA doesn't seem to care. They're willing to let food go into our bodies that is contaminated with glyphosate, the Roundup Ready herbicide that's used in tandem with the GMO products. Now, as you know, I have been succeeding at what I'm doing. I'm not making a big deal about the success, but I've had a steady roll of success since we started here 7 years ago. And it's not because I'm that special. It's because we really do need a third party. Its time has come. I'm sure there's another person who could fill my shoes somewhere in the country, who could step up and do what I'm doing. And this is just an ongoing process, too, that if I were to give up, which I'm never going to do, it would stop a wheel that's been rolling forward worldwide. People are talking about what we're doing. And it's going to trickle back into the mainstream media before the election. I'm pretty sure it will. And it won't be who's this fringe bizarre candidate. It will be who's this guy who's got all these great ideas to help the country. Who's this guy that speaks the truth in real time without a teleprompter? Who's this guy who's able to address the core needs of the American people on a daily basis in a very transparent way and is willing to do that in the White House? And that's when things will start to tip our way. So yeah, we're in a very long-term advertising scheme involving word of mouth. Now, you don't have to donate necessarily to make this a very good thing for us. Now, this means you're going to profit too. The American people will get a low-cost education, guaranteed, better than what Bernie offered, because Bernie doesn't have the money to pay for a 4-year education. We're offering a 6-week to 6-month education plan, which will give you a $20 to $25 an hour job once you graduate with a B average. Yeah, who's the guy getting paid by the Saudis? Well, not me, I can assure you that. If the Saudis were looking for support, though, I would certainly say, hey, yeah, we're not going to look into the 28-page report. That's just a smokescreen. Why won't Donald Trump commit to the idea that 9/11 might be an inside job? That's my question to all the people in government that are ignoring the obvious fact that the World Trade Centers went down because of a demolition. It was not hit by planes. There wasn't some fire under Building 7. That's all BS. 25 an hour is a good living wage, yeah. And that's something you'll be able to get 6-week to 6-month training programs. 6-week minimum, because we want to make sure that you know what you're doing. Like if you were to become a solar installer, to install solar panels on rooftops. And we've got a bunch of ideas to make that happen. You'd want to learn how to take solar panels that we are going to create at the U.S. military. These are solar panels that the U.S. military is currently building. We'll be rolling out a lot more of these things, and you'll be able to take one of these things and put it on top of a roof and epoxy it down and screw it in and connect the leads to an inverter, and out the door you make $2,000. Your team does. So it'll be good money for the American people who want to start up mom and pop businesses in their area installing solar panels. And that's another thing I want to talk about. Donald Trump has already gone out of his way to get AIPAC money. I've openly said I will never take donations from AIPAC, the American Israeli Political Action Committee. I am not a Zionist. I recognized Israel as a state and a nation, and I will certainly do my best to work with them. But we don't want to give them unfair advantage. We don't want to give them a place in American government like they have right now with Donald and Hillary. So a lot of you who are concerned about Zionism are going to be very, very concerned that, these people would be giving Israel even more power in our nation, which is leading us into wars which we don't need to be involved in. Part of our problem is I have been censored for the past 7 years. No mention of me in the mainstream media at all. So to come in and talk about Trump in any positive way is purgeable in this show. I will mute you and purge you because, frankly, he's had nothing but unfair advantage. I've had no chance at speaking out to the American people except through this show. I don't censor anybody. I'm telling you, the rule is you cannot say demoralizing things about us, and you cannot promote Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton or any other candidate here. It's very simple. All right, thank you. Yeah, solar panels will be part of the fence, the lethal electric fence that we'll build. There won't be a wall between the U.S. and Mexico. That's some sort of an imbecilic idea that Donald Trump created when he didn't know what to say. He used all of the ideas that I have come up with over the past 7 years to lead in the Republican ticket right now. He's used all of my ideas that I generated and I developed with Sarah to win the Republican ticket. He virtually is riding the benefit of all the hard work we put in without even paying homage to who gave him the ideas or who he took the ideas from. Hello from Japan. Hello. I'm not crazy, no. In fact, this is what's really ironic. People are calling me nuts because I simply believe in what I'm doing. I'm not delusional. I realize how difficult it is for the American people to comprehend an average American running for president. But I'm not just an average American. I'm exceptional in so many different ways. My IQ is way above most, in fact, every other presidential candidate that's ever lived. So I already can lead the nation. I just need 1 second of mainstream media attention, and I can't get it in a country that claims to be free and democratic. Many of you should be horrified by the hypocrisy that you're seeing right now in America today. I know I am. I'm seeing incompetence, hypocrisy, greedmongers, 1%ers like Hillary and Donald trying to control the political framework of our nation. I'm seeing an extremely important election being literally turned into a circus by a bunch of very loose-lipped people. And the most loose-lipped, obviously, is Donald. He simply does not filter what he says. And he is putting himself in jeopardy and the Republican Party in jeopardy. The Republicans, if they choose Donald in the nomination convention, they're going to ruin their opportunities with Latino voters, women, and countless other groups, subgroups. They definitely won't get Muslim votes. So the Republicans are already stabbing themselves in the foot as they're walking down the road, picking Donald Trump as their leader. It's a huge mistake. And the reason why Donald Trump has succeeded is he's a thug. He basically uses force to dominate politics, much like his campaign manager grabbed the arm of the Breitbart reporter and bruised her. Sarah comes on in about 5 or 10 minutes, whenever she gets in. Donald Trump renounces his own tax plan. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Yeah, he doesn't even know policy, folks. He's completely lost when it comes to talking about even tax plans. He's literally swimming in his own rhetoric. We've said it over and over again to no avail, that Donald Trump believes in absolutely nothing more than Donald Trump. And during the course of his campaign, Donald Trump has nonsensical ideas. Now he's in the process of reneging on them. One of the first casualties was his opposition to a higher federal minimum wage. Now there's a new victim, his tax plan. Trump put out a tax plan last year that included major cuts to income, estate, and business taxes for the ultra-wealthy, along with the far less generous cuts for the middle class. The Nonpartisan Tax Policy Center has estimated his plan would cut the tax bill for the top 1% of earners by about $275,000 a year. Like they should pay less taxes. See what I mean about the 1%ers protecting the 1%ers? And for the top 0.1% by 1.3 million tax cuts. The overall cost would be $9.5 trillion over a decade. We can't afford this. We need to tax the rich people. And what's really disturbing is Donald Trump doesn't seem to get it. He doesn't seem to understand that the existing tax code is flawed. We need to push a flat tax. And I'm proposing a flat tax of 10% on any income over $100,000. It's a simple plan. I'm going to leave it up on the screen for you guys to look at tonight. 10% flat tax on income over $100,000. And this is a fair tax, really. I mean, it's just not technically a fair tax because that's a different type of tax, but it's fair to everybody involved. Individuals, businesses, and corporations all pay the same no matter what. Even a church would have to pay some tax on income over $100,000. And if you can't make a church work for less than $100,000, you're probably taking money unnecessarily from your parishioners. So everybody can make this work. You know, I think Sarah has been eating the salsa rice dish. Yeah, the one I just made. I think she's been eating it. So I think she likes the taste of it. I've never met with the Rothschilds. I'm not in any way a secret society guy. I'm an average American. I don't belong to secret societies, and I never will join secret societies. And I'm a man of my word. So you're going to have to trust me on that. Thank you. Yeah, everybody who has been averting taxes, like United Way. Oh my God. Talk about income coming into United Way tax-free. Oh, it's unbelievable. 85% of the money you donate to United Way goes into the administrative costs. 85%. Or what about this Wounded Warrior Fund? Did you hear about that? They brought in over $330 million, and hardly any of it went to veterans. It's phenomenal. And there's dead fish showing up in the lakes in China. Look at this. The environmental disaster that's happening across the globe is severe, and I'm keyed in on it. I've got great new ideas to help prevent this terrible tragedy from continuing, and to create farms that grow fisheries, an eco-stable environment with filtered water, and we get back to growing food properly. We're letting these fish be exposed to countless toxins as a result of industrial pollution. And government has not done anything to stop this. Hello, greeting to all the ships at sea, everybody, all the merchant marine vessels that are watching us right now. Many of you are looking at dead fish on occasion. You know, on a brighter note, I was out there doing some whale watching recently, out in the ocean, in the Straits of Juan de Fuca, near the Seattle area. And it was absolutely beautiful. I had a chance to witness a humpback whale and her baby do all kinds of flips. The mother wasn't flipping, but the baby was experiencing all kinds. And I just got this feeling like there's still life out in the ocean, and it's still striving to exist. We've got to protect this wildlife. And here we're letting it just go to, completely dying off. We are virtually on the verge of an global extinction situation. And I'd be remiss if I didn't remind you of the dangers of Fukushima, draining 6 swimming pools full of radiated water into the Pacific Ocean every day. But we were really lucky to get to see this humpback whale and her baby do these amazing things in the ocean. It was kind of cool, but I in the back of my mind, I kept thinking radiation. And the weirdest thing at the end of the day, no, Rosie is not a whale. She's a beautiful woman, a beautiful lesbian woman. Stop being so derogatory.
O'Donnell?
No, Rosie. Donald is sporting an extra 80 pounds. O'Donnell, yeah.
O'Donnell.
No, Gary Johnson doesn't even get close. He won't even admit chemtrails exist. Gary Johnson won't even address the GMO issues. I mean, come on. We've got big problems facing our country. People like him are so tied into the system that he'd be completely useless. Plus, you have to have a personality to run for president. He may want to go check himself into a personality center. Nope, we're not talking to the same old people. We're being broadcast across the globe. I'm being seen in Australia, New Zealand. We're being broadcast in South Korea, Japan. Some people in China can see us. I know some people are getting us in North Korea, too. And it's just amazing how we're having to become an international phenomenon ahead of our own country, which claims to have a free press. It will almost be like all the presses will come at me at once saying, oh, we better feature this guy. We cannot possibly ignore him anymore. And then I'm going to be picking and choosing who I'm going to talk to because I don't trust these media people anymore. I've been lied to too many times. This is Sarah. Sarah is my vice presidential choice for the upcoming election year. We worked together. We built America's Third Party together as a partnership. And I have no history of mental illness, so stop with the libelous and slanderous statements. I appreciate that. Hello, you're Suzuki from Japan. Calling me a crazy nut job? No. You have no idea. You know, what I am is super sane. I'm tuned in to your problems and the problems around the world. But I need to protect America first. We need to get America to handle its problems before we can help other countries. Our priorities are very, very mixed up in this country. No history of insanity whatsoever. So going around making libelous statements because you can't refute anything I'm saying because my logic is too powerful is pretty common. People call people names now. The Democrats call people names when anyone questions Barack Obama's birth certificate or 9/11. You're called a birther or a truther. 80,000 viewers in Osaka alone, according to your cousin. Wow, that's amazing. Well, we're pretty fortunate to have a good life here in America, and we want to make sure that this country doesn't step all over your other countries. We don't want to have an imperialistic foreign policy. We'd much rather be walking in tandem with other nations to try to protect the environment and help all of our economies simultaneously. How are you going to get paid for the interest and the deficit to the federal with such low taxes? Erskine, we don't really have a major deficit problem with the Federal Reserve Bank. Let me tell you a little secret. The Federal Reserve is sitting on $40 trillion in gold at the World Bank in our name. We don't have a problem with the Federal Reserve. They've probably already received adequate money from us to just write the debt off, frankly. But the debt to Japan is separate, the debt to China is separate. But most of the money that we've given the Federal Reserve has been squandered. They don't have any plan to give U.S. businesses a startup capital, no plan on getting new product lines out there. They are literally giving their money, all the money they're printing up, to the cronies at the top of the pyramid, and they keep getting richer. That is how dysfunctional our system is. All right. Sarah, you look incredible tonight. All right. Looking good. Okay, you can talk to Sarah. I'll take a break.
Yeah, I know. Some people attack us. All right.
I'll get you some water.
Thank you. You made it for our next campaign. I'll let somebody else click on that link. I don't think I'm ready to click on that link yet. You can email it to me, I guess. Yeah, no problem. Oh, because of what he said earlier. I know, I don't understand what he's talking about right now, Antique. Oh, are we going to show what we do with the food after it's done heating up? Well, then we let it cool and then we put it in microwavable containers and then we freeze them and then I take them out of the freezer and take them to work with me when I go to work. It seems like I got a scratchy throat on Saturday night and it's just been, what's the word?
Slowly there.
Yeah, it's been it's been replicating, or it, what's the word when it just sits and starts fermenting or not fermenting, but yeah, it's totally hot for 6'3". David doesn't have a toupee. I teach 871. Nope, I'm perfectly safe. Hey, Multi-Tool, how have you been? I feel like it's been a really long time since I've seen you. Oh my goodness, that's not very nice to say. You're right, Auntie, because that's what he said. The salsa rice dish is okay. It was a little spicy, I noticed today, but it was pretty cool. Thank you. Vote ATP for USA. Yes. Not quite 871. Not yet. Instead, I teach like math and English and science and social studies, the basics. Who am I voting for? Well, I'm voting for David for president. Let's start there. Oh, it is Cinco de Mayo. I totally forgot about that. Might make it sound easy. Well, yeah, it's definitely a bit difficult working with 25 different personalities. Yeah. Good, 158. You haven't died yet, right? So, save the planet. Eat the food. No, I don't stop at McDonald's. I very rarely go to McDonald's. I eat McDonald's maybe twice a year. That's about it. Okay, you want me to wake you up when it's 4th of July? Sounds good. Oh, Cinco de Mayo is? Or 4th of July? Oh. Cinco de Mayo is the third biggest day for people in the USA to get drunk. First is New Year's Eve and then St. Patrick's Day? Wow, I had no idea. Your neighbors turned vegan or vegetarian. If they're totally vegan, they don't even eat eggs or cheese. If they're just vegetarian, they eat eggs and cheese. And some also eat fish. No, I don't really have that 783. I just have this. Well, now it's starting to become a cough, but it was just like a scratchy throat. You're at McDonald's drinking coffee, using their Wi-Fi. I should say that's true. That if I travel, I eat McDonald's a lot more, only because I use their Wi-Fi to broadcast, and then if I'm using their Wi-Fi to broadcast, I feel like guilty, so then I eat something like that. I have eaten lobsters before. They're pretty good. Maybe I should do that, gargle with some salt water. No, David didn't make me sick. I picked something up being around people. It's one of those things. Yeah, that sounds like a plan, 202. Honey helps the throat. That's true. I haven't used honey. Maybe I'll get some honey. I have some honey. No, I don't think so, 783. Try drinking salt water? Well, gargling with it, maybe. Well, yeah. I think I washed my hands in a dirty sink or something. David told you to go drink some salt water? Did you do something to upset him to tell you that? Has he? Interesting, Antique. Yeah, I don't do alcohol. Well, I hope not, Mad Dog. I hope you like everyone. I didn't understand what you were talking about earlier, telling some person something that didn't even look like a real person's name. You've never seen him 660, so you don't know what they're covered in. I'll do honey. I don't have rum. I don't have a lemon, so I'll just do honey. I should wash my hands. That's good.
Okay, I'm not going to have you endure constant scratchy throat talking, so I'm going to come in.
Oh, where? I mean, seriously, you have a daughter named that? Seriously, Mad Dog? That's seriously your daughter's name?
Yeah.
Your daughter's Obama Shanika Kanisha? You have a daughter named Obama? Shanika Kanisha. Alright.
Yeah, your vote for me in this current election will actually, at the very least, help me get noticed in the mainstream media for 2020. I mean, I don't want that to be the case, but I'm arguing that a vote for Hillary or Donald at this point is really a vote for the New World Order. It's a vote for the establishment. The establishment backs Trump. Don't let him make you think he's an anti-establishment character. He is all about the establishment. He is basically owned by the Fed. They're the ones that are underwriting his debt. So don't think for a second this guy is independent. In fact, I don't think anybody's ever told Donald Trump that... Oh, could you hit finish right over there?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody ever told Donald Trump that he has to put all of his assets in a public trust when he becomes president, if he becomes president. I don't have a problem with that. I bet he would. You've made me another campaign. Well, that's great. We're banning you forever. Don't ever come in here again. If you don't want to take this show seriously, Sephiroth, then just don't come in. Leave. We don't need you here. Just you can go now. A medical breakthrough. Hemp cannabinoid oil. Cannabidiol. Medical breakthrough. Cannabidiol product approved by Brazilian government for treatment of cancer. Wow. Medical breakthrough. Hemp cannabidiol. Well, we're seeing solid results from many different cannabinoids, and these are the kind of things that really are benefiting people. Reduction of shrinkage of brain cancer, tumors, all kinds of things. Nobody's beating me. I've got way more viewers than this network could even hold. In fact, frankly, I'm getting the impression that we're getting censored here at the network that we're broadcasting on. People are trying to get into the chat room from all around the world, and they can't. They see this capacity server VIP thing. They don't understand it.
I think coal mining allows us to be more independent when it comes in terms of our energy 294. So I'm actually in favor of coal mining. I'm also, of course, in favor of moving toward green energy solutions.
Yes, definitely. We can do both at the same time. We got 70 million viewers in Canada. That's awesome. I'm going to install any plugins. Yeah, so our technology, which we thought would be fantastic, is having the same problem it's been having for decades. Every time a new program comes out, there is a conflict with a third-party vendor. And that's because there's no government oversight over technology. That's why you have 4 different types of USB plug-in cords when you have a camera. Scissorfight calls it whoring for VIPs over at this network. Yeah, I know. It's strange. They're using this as an opportunity to shut people out of the room, claiming capacity servers constantly. But nobody has any problems getting into news views, which seems to be violating some laws. Now, I've never been a problem. The thing about me is I'm never-ending. I have a never-ending source of commitment to what I'm doing. It's called principles. I live by principles. Most people don't. Most people would take the pennies off a dead man's eye. Most people would rip somebody off if it could be, something they could get away with. I'm not that kind of a person. So that makes me a much better candidate than any other candidate running. Well, I know, and the copyright holder needs to be informed. Fox and CNN needs to be informed of what's going on. You may want to do that for you, Hillary. You know that most vitamin C comes from GMO corn and is made in Chinese chemical plants? Changes my view of vitamin C significantly, Scissorfight. That's a serious interest. Yeah.
I think you become VIP by paying money. Go to on live.tv, the main page, and figure it out, I guess.
Take a break. You got back. I'm back in the show. I don't want you to use your voice if you can avoid it. Rest up. You'll need every bit of strength tomorrow.
True.
Okay? She can come in a little later if she's feeling better. I have a full head of hair. It's my hair. It's all beautiful hair. Well, we were both talking about getting involved in politics, and I told Sarah that it was a dream of mine to run for office, for a local office, and on to the presidency. And even though things at the time were not in our favor for a third party, we still kept going, and even past the 2008 election when Sarah ran for a state senate, we still kept going. So I still have a strong belief that I will be your president someday. Yeah, go ahead and rest. I don't want you to be in a situation where you have to sit here and look at the chat when you should be just watching Netflix and chilling out.
Okay.
Thank you.
What do I need to do? Just
nothing. I'll take care of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Programming a chat is not something that even Vaughn knows how to do. Yeah. Unfortunately, the network, the chat you're looking at has a backbone of Justin TV code. The coding was, he worked at Justin TV as some sort of an assistant or something. And that in and of itself is a problem. Justin TV doesn't want their code used by anybody. So writing code like this, or the code that was in Blog TV originally, when the code was purchased by a guy who seemed like a federal informant. He was a person who wrote a book about Chicken Hawk, about pedophiles. Or no, he did a documentary, that's right, it's called Chicken Hawk, about pedophiles. And then he had $5 million to blow on Blog TV. Everything looked weird. It's almost like he was working on some sort of a plan to negotiate his probation or something. I have no idea. But they bought the code, and it sucks because the code was great. It was absolutely, bar none, the best code out there, and it had co-hosting and all that. That's why Devon's having a problem integrating co-hosting. He doesn't seem to be a coder. He seems to be a tweaker. Yeah. So if you can tweak code, anybody can tweak code and make it work, especially if he's using other people's code. But if he was a real coder, he would have had co-hosting up and running by now. Good point, though. Very good point. I don't really want to develop a program like this because, number one, I'm not a coder, I'm not a programmer. And number two, it's costly to run servers. Why do you think we run a show all the way into the evening? Do you think I want to show videos all night long for you guys to watch? I could just kick back and watch Netflix the whole night and just ignore we could shut the show down at 9. The reason why I broadcast all the way to the evening is so I use free space on the servers. Yeah. He has the audacity to put capacity servers on everybody who comes in this show. I have the audacity to run a 9-hour show every day. And Battlecam, they don't complain. They record everything too. Well, people are saying, David, run a 24-hour show. No, we will not have a bong on Air Force One if president. At the very least, I might carry one of those vaporizers, like a volcano. Tom is not posing a problem right now. I'll keep an eye on Tom, though. Can Vaughn kick you out of here for talking? No, I don't think that would be a violation of his terms of service. There's nothing in the terms of service that says that I can't have freedom of speech. So he would be prosecuted. Easily. This is like not necessary, this conversation. We can talk about the technology that's coming and other networks that are going to be providing co-hosting. There is a network called Beep 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 that I can't mention on here that is developing co-hosting features that's really good. iBlog has that, yeah. Yep. But they're not getting the pull. The reason why a lot of people are going to Vaughn is because I brought them here. And the reality is, he needs me. I've got a big growing movement in America, and people around the world are looking at this, and they get a chance to see his network. I don't think they like seeing the VIP capacity servers every time they hit the refresh button. So if a lot of you are having problems getting in, we do have a separate video signal with the Vaughn chat on it at our main site, americasthirdparty.com. If you go over there, if you run into problems, and you should be able to get in. All right? And you can always watch our YouTube shows from the night before at the end of this broadcast, because I'm uploading one right now as we speak. I'm uploading last night's show simultaneously to doing this show. We used to do a live upload to YouTube, but it stopped working. The authentication system doesn't meld with XSplit either. So there's a lot of issues that we have had to get past, technologically speaking, when we continue to do a broadcast. And we will continue to have a broadcast no matter what. Yes, we're going to get an account at blogtv.ca, absolutely. And we'll still broadcast over here, too. I know, we are all set to jump over to iBlog, but iBlog has like 12 viewers. And we need much more viewers before we can jump into iBlog. I've looked at the people, they're just not, it's not happening over there. Until it starts clicking, we still have an account there. We could start broadcasting there at any time. Does Stickcam still exist? They got shut down. I didn't know Stickcam was coming back. The world's largest liquid mirror, Large Zenith Telescope. So let's get to the political discussion, shall we? Because that's kind of why we're all here. We're all involved in the idea of politics. Politics is really sharing ideas. But in America, we don't have a lot of politics left anymore. We just have the two-party talking points and the media controlled by big money. And it's sad because our country deserves so much more, but the people didn't insist upon it, so these rich fat cats decided they could control the course of free speech in America and have essentially done that. Sure, that I can be broadcasting freely on the blogosphere, but unless I have large exposure, it doesn't really matter. The world's largest liquid mirror, Large Zenith Telescope. So nice. The third largest optical telescope in North America. It's made from liquid mercury and it rotates at a rate of about 8.5 revolutions per minute. That's a heck of a lot of liquid mercury. See, I am celebrating Cinco de Mayo. Yes, I put a little bit of chipotle seasoning in my dinner. Nope, my sister never meant that. She was just pissed off at me at the time. My sister and I had a dispute that was resolved many years ago.
Hello, it's April 1st, 2016, and this is Connie Sponheim, sister to David Sponheim, who is of America's Third Party. He and Sarah are working together to put him on the ballot, and I'd like you to write him in. This film is to redact anything I may have said years ago when I had an interview with a gentleman from the Midwest, and I don't quite recall what I said. But I may have been a little upset at my brother at the time, and that was long ago. He's a very rational, very logical, good guy, caring man, full of ideas. I really respect him, and I hope that you write him in because he's a good candidate for the job. And
all right, so that's my sister, and she came out with that because we actually had to, we had to do something. I mean, these people saying this crap about me, and all of my life has been exposed all these years. I have no skeletons in my closet. So having done this show for 8 years, going on 8 years, it's like you guys know me better than you know yourself. I never paid her anything. She really supports us. We had a differing of opinion back when she sued me. That was a long time ago. And people, when they lose their family, when they lose their parents, they go through a lot. A lot of different changes happen during that time period. Yeah, well, it's not sad that we've been doing this for 8 years. What's so sad is that you don't recognize that I've got a growing group of people listening to our show and wanting to know more. It's almost bizarre how we're seeing medical breakthroughs across the country, across the world with hemp and the CBDs, the cannabinoids. This is a a major breakthrough. We are spearheading a plan to legalize marijuana, which will also include, well, 140 viewers. That's great. Yeah, that's nice. Thank you, Miss. I got that. I'll get to iVlog another time, but thank you. We'll start doing iVlog as we see fit. Don't worry about it. But with a legalization campaign, we could easily change the dimension of American economy by bringing in medicinals, edibles. There's a whole technology behind hemp too that could easily evolve. Hempcrete can be created. Homes could be made out of hempcrete. This product is incredibly durable and very, very renewable. Hemp is 4 times more renewable than wood and can be used in textiles and paper. And it's just going to be a big, huge boom for our economy once I legalize marijuana. I'm surprised it hasn't been done under Obama when he himself has smoked it most of his adult life. He's such a hypocrite. He's such I guess the best description would be a puppet. Yeah, I should bring back the Xbox shows. We're kind of almost ready to do that, but part of my tonight is getting the gaming computer to broadcast properly. Otherwise, I got a problem with the gaming computer. I want to bring Steam into the gaming computer and run a 1-hour gaming show, like I used to. We had a 1-year gaming show going, and it's still on Twitch. And I think we have a few videos in the bag, but I mean, I'd love to get back to that. But the bottom line is, Trump says he's never smoked marijuana. And for those of you who know, how many people have lied about that in the past, including Clinton, that we can't afford another 4 years of a person claiming to have never smoked marijuana. I mean, what a joke. This guy's not going to legalize pot. Never. He has no idea the benefits. He's never smoked it. He doesn't even see the point of smoking it. Well, that's good for you. If you've never smoked, don't smoke. But the fact is, 68% of the country smoked it and tried it. Gary is not even capable of acknowledging chemtrails. So I'm going to say no to Gary. We are not only the only party out there now that we've never really had any competition, we're the only party that takes on the tough questions affecting our nation. Like stopping wars, ending the New World Order, GMOs, ending those, ending chemtrails, ending fluoridation in the water systems, ending forced vaccinations. I mean, Hillary's all over forced vaccinations. She loves it. And RFID chipping. Gary Johnson doesn't step up on any of these issues. So because of that, he doesn't really mean anything to me. I don't trust Jesse Ventura on a lot of levels. I wouldn't make him my BP, for instance. The whole Chris Kyle episode was so dark, and was such a dark episode in American history, that I wouldn't even get close to Jesse Ventura at this point. You can stop. You can. Your vote can stop the New World Order. And your vote as an American is more important than any other vote out there right now, because America is being used as the police force for the New World Order. If we were to say, hey, we're not going to do your bidding overseas, we're not going to start a war in Syria against Russia, which I will definitely not have a war with Russia, it would be almost unthinkable to the New World Order. They would say, oh, you need to get rid of this guy. He needs to be assassinated. But your vote for me will stop the New World Order, I assure you. As long as I'm alive. If I'm not alive, I can't really stop the New World Order. But I will do everything I can to break up a demonic plan to have global elitists run the world and every country in it. Well, if you want a New World Order, then you've got Hillary and Donald to vote for. If you want a Marxist, vote for Hillary. If you want a fascist, vote for Donald. Yeah, you may want that. You may want to be zip-tied and sent to FEMA camps and put into a gas chamber or some sort of an incinerator like they have in so many FEMA camps now. They've got these huge incinerators they put in. You don't even know about the FEMA camps, do you? Okay, so let's talk about the technology and how we can increase, improve, and better our nation by developing things like the solar carpet that I was telling you about. Now, the nice thing about this is it is already being made. The U.S. military is making these things. So we can just amp this up into a huge mass production cycle, and we can start making solar panels that can go on your rooftops. Now, the New World Order, we discuss heavily on Monday, but we have a request to look at the New World Order horse, which I find offensive. I just don't think we need to talk about, yeah, you can put a solar carpet on top of your condo, yeah. I just find it offensive that they put a horse in the middle of an airport in Denver that looks like, it's one of the horses of the apocalypse. And if we just sit back and watch this and act like, oh, nothing's going on, everything's fine. They're not spraying any chemtrails in the sky. They would never do that. No, and that horse is just a pretty sculpture. Golly gee, where is that horse? Whenever I want to look for that horse, it disappears. Here it is. How could I miss it? So this is what they're up to. They're trying to depopulate the planet, the elitists are. And they have these icons in certain areas like Denver Airport. And they want to control the world. These are elitists that are preparing to basically make your life miserable and get rid of you. They want to get rid of at least 90% of the population in about 5 to 10 years. So what's going to happen is they're going to try to trigger martial law. They can do that by instigating a pandemic, for instance, and then forcing everybody to be vaccinated. And if you don't get vaccinated, you get zip-tied and sent to the FEMA camps for removal and execution. That's one scenario. Another one would be they create some sort of a global weather event. A massive drought, earthquake in California on the San Andreas Fault. Yeah, that would be enough to trigger martial law. If they could get 3 states to be absolutely in need of martial law, they could say martial law for the rest of the country. And ever since Bush signed Directive 51 and Obama did the same thing, they have 6 months to justify what they're doing. So you literally, as Americans, have no oversight over any of this. So you'll just be forced to get zip-tied and taken to the FEMA camps or defend your property until they take you down. I mean, yeah, because you didn't want to get involved politically, you will be taken down physically. Hate to say it, but that's the future for you. No ifs, ands, or buts. That's what you're headed toward. It sounds kind of fun, doesn't it? Yeah. Not. Look at people. You do not want to be in a situation that like Germany was in with Adolf Hitler and the Holocaust. You don't want to go there. You just don't. You have no idea the horrors that these people endured, the ethnic minorities endured during that time period. I'm not delusional. I'm telling you, this is their plan. I can cite numerous instances where people have stated that this is their goal. Let's take a look. I had a great link last night. I'm going to have to go to my link library, I think. So this is what they're going to do. They're going to try to destabilize problems in Europe. The Miracle Plan is backed by Rockefeller, Soros, the UN, World Bank. The Miracle Plan is to destabilize Germany. Merkel, by the way, was a former KGB member. Angela Merkel worked for the KGB under the East German Stasi, just so you know. So they're systematically going to break down Europe, turn it into a massive refugee crisis. And then they're going to force those refugees on this country. Hi, Jackson. Good evening. Jackson69 is in. I don't have any mental health records. I'd never had mental health problems whatsoever in my life. I was bullied throughout all of my education. I was bullied in elementary school and in high school. And because I made a commitment when I was 7 years old to nonviolence. It all started when I slugged my cousin. I slugged my cousin for no apparent reason other than the fact that he was bad-mouthing his sister. And my cousin cried and went to his mom and blah, blah, blah. And my father turned to me and said, David, it takes a greater man not to fight back. So don't hurt people, don't hit people, ever. And that was a shocker, yeah. It because I'm hardwired to defend myself, but I had to retrain my entire mind to become nonviolent. And yes, I was bullied as a result of taking on nonviolence. I was bullied. I will not deny that. But it does take a stronger man not to fight back. And I can tell you, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now if I had been violent. I would have probably been serving double nickels in some prison somewhere with tattoos everywhere. Gold, 1277, coming up a little bit. Silver, 1731. And Dow Jones Industrial Average is 17,660. Yeah. It's like everything's just static. Nothing's moving. Nothing dynamic. Nothing fun to report. People are living in a state of siege. Almost like they know they can't make any money with their money, but they know that they can't just sit there with their money and do nothing. So they move it around a little bit and then complain. You can say it's okay to slug a jerk if you want, but I can tell you, if I had responded to I've had over 10 physical death threats in traffic in my life. If I had responded to any of those with violence, I probably wouldn't be here talking to you. I've had death threats in traffic. I've had a guy jump out of his car with nunchucks and wanted to kill me simply because he thought I was speaking about him. I just was talking loudly to a friend and the window was down and the guy thought I was talking about him. He jumped out going, it is a lot. And these road rage encounters could go very, very bad for a lot of you. In fact, I've broken up road rage encounters. I've actually stepped into a situation where a guy was getting his face pummeled. I'm still waiting on the incident report on the swatting, and I haven't heard from the police department yet. I'm going to have to send them an email saying, hey, could you finalize the incident report? Either you found this guy or you didn't. You've never been road raged on? Okay, well, that's good. Number one rule of thumb is do not flip somebody off in traffic. Okay? It may be the wrong person to flip off. Do not give people the finger in traffic. I'm serious. No matter how pissed you are, it's not going to get you anywhere. I drove across country with Sarah on our last road trip about 4 years ago. And I'd never had a problem. Across the nation, I put in 10,000 miles on our car. I come to my hometown. I'm driving up the area that I thought was my safe hometown that I live in. And some speed freak came right up on me and tried to run me off the road. I was like, the probability of that is unbelievable. He literally tried to knock us off the road numerous times. So I'm using evasive driving techniques to get away from this speed freak. But finally, just let it go. The guy sped off, and I didn't rush after him. I didn't write his license number. I didn't pursue him. Well, he was obviously on speed. He was speeding. So, a lot of simple rules to live by. But what Miracle is working on is they're circulating information about a document called the Miracle Plan. It deals with the transportation of refugees from Turkey to Germany. Now, I don't know if you know that Turkey is now expecting to be acknowledged as visa-free. The EU is now looking at Turkish transport. Anybody traveling with a Turkish passport will be visa-free in any other European country. Now, the problem with that is Turkish passports are incredibly easy to forge. So all these Syrian refugees are forging Turkish passports and going into countries like Germany and France. And it's because the EU is allowing it. So you're going to see a breakdown of the society itself in the EU that's going to force the refugees to be sent to America. And it's going to weaken our nation again and again. Now, many of you are thinking, well, we'll just get Donald Trump. We'll ID the Muslims and send them everywhere. Well, we're not going to be able to do that. Donald Trump it's highly unlikely he's going to win this election. He's already pissed off the women voters. He's already pissed off the Latino voters. And those are the huge chunk of voters right there. He's not going to win. I don't care if you believe in Donald Trump. He can't pull Democratic votes. He just can't. I can. I could beat Donald and Hillary if I had 1 second of media time. But Donald can't pull the left-wing votes. People are frightened of this guy. They think he is ready to literally go after people with a junta force, like Hitler had the SA, the stormtroopers. Donald would have the Secret Service or some God knows what, attack every Muslim in this country. He wants to create deportation forces. Yeah, United States of Europe ruled by Brussels. Hey, could you lower your hatred for Mad Dog, please? Thank you. That's better. Okay. Yeah, relax, Ann. It's cool. No big deal. Yeah, I haven't had 1 second of media time anywhere in the mainstream media. Yeah. Now that's derogatory, calling me a homosexual because I put on some pretty cool shades. Yeah, I purged that. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. I don't want you to be derogatory. If I was talking like this, you would say, "Are you Mr. Smith?" Mr. Anderson. Okay, now I'm going to purge you again. But this time I'm going to mute you. All right, so let's get to what else is here. Oculus Rift is putting out a brand new set of cool items. They're going to be at Best Buy pretty soon. This is the newest in technology, everybody. Isn't that cool? Let's pull the New World Order out of there, too. I don't want to look at that horse. Oculus VR is preparing to launch its retail strategy even before it's fulfilled all of its pre-orders. Many people who are pre-ordering a Rift virtual reality headset earlier this year are still waiting for their devices, while Oculus struggles with component shortages. But that's not stopping the Facebook subsidiary from offering a small number of Rifts at Best Buy. So they're ramping these up at Best Buy. I'll give you guys the link to this if you want to get an Oculus Rift. Get started on your virtual reality. I would urge you to not use these types of devices in excess, simply because they could very well cause a seizure. Yeah. Seizure time, everybody. See, none of these things have been tested for long-term effects in your brain. In case you didn't know, a lot of these radio frequency devices and Bluetooth devices are known to contribute to brain cancer. This is not a wig, this is my real hair. I keep it natural so you don't call me wearing a wig. I mean, it doesn't get much more natural than this. It doesn't look like a wig. That's ridiculous. So, many of you are holding your cell phones next to your head. You might think that could be a problem. It could be, especially if you get brain tumor like Joe Biden's son got. People are saying that maybe Joe Biden's son had a brain tumor from the cell phones he was using all the time. I got one, Dave. It's kick-ass, D. Justin says. Okay. Well, just bear in mind that a lot of the lighting and everything, there's no long-term studies done on this at all. Well, it may be kick-ass, but it may also cause a brain tumor. It's a kick-ass brain tumor-producing object. Unbelievable. Yeah, Joe Biden's son died. You didn't follow that in the news? Yeah, he lost. It's probably why Joe Biden didn't even run for re-election, because he didn't really want to. When his son died, it kind of changed his perspective on life, I think. Yeah, you just ate a Golden Corral and now feel all GMO-y and stuff. Yeah, I know. Golden Corral, I mean, what can I say? If we allow our government to just sit back and let Monsanto and Dow rule the food kingdom, believe me, you'll be eating toxins the rest of your life, and it won't be a very long life. And you'll always look back in this time saying, I remember when that guy David was talking about the dangers of these products. Maybe I should have listened to him. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Prince is dead. Golden Corral has a good spread, though. They put out a lot of good steaks and things. You're taking a chance walking outside, breathing the air. So just enjoy your life, okay? Don't freak out. We are not allowed to support Bob Dole here. He's kind of washed up. Well, you don't like toxins. You're just saying that because you're probably 26 years old thinking you're invincible. You don't realize that pretty soon you're going to be wondering whether you should have a tox screen on your body. You're going to have a prostate exam and colonoscopy and all that stuff. Right now you feel invincible. No. You are 26 though, am I right? Guess 3713. I'm profiling you. You're 11T? How old are you? If you're 11, you can't be in the show. You seem like you're 11 years old, but I was going to say 26 because most 26-year-olds, the manlets that are living in their parents' house, seem like they're 11. 11T, huh? Can't even spell. Wow. Speaking of Golden Corral, how's the ideas for that buffet? Yeah, let's talk non-GMO buffet at the White House. Yeah, many of the manlets are living there in the basement. Hey, don't complain, really. Basement's not a bad place to live. Your mom and dad will need you when they get older. It's not a big deal that you're living at your parents' house. But just don't turn into a drug addict. Okay. They got nanobots they want to stick in our bodies. Check this out. Little nanobot here. Researchers working at the University of California in San Diego have claimed a world's first in proving that artificial microscopic machines can travel inside a living creature and deliver their medicinal load without any detrimental effects using a micromotor-powered drive shaft. I'm just freaked out that they even want to do this. And by the way, Trump, you mean go Trump to the bathroom. I don't think Trump's had a good bowel movement in a while. You may want to suggest he takes a good dump. Go Trump! He looks like he's gained weight on the campaign trail. Have you noticed that? He's carrying that extra 80 pounds in front of him. I said shaft, yes. I said bowel movement, too, in the same sentence. Yeah, go Trump. Go to the bathroom. It's time. It's time for your regular daily dose. All right, the Picayune robots used in the research were tubular, totally tubular, about 20 micrometers long, 5 micrometers in diameter, and coated in zinc. Once the mouse ingested these tiny tubes and they reached their stomach, the zinc reacted with the hydrochloric acid of the digestive juices to produce bubbles of hydrogen, which then propelled the nanobots along like miniature rockets. So next time you burp, it's like, burp. Honey, that was just a couple of nanobots. They were responding normally. Everything's systems go. Burp. I mean, what a joke. Scientists think they can control our bodies from nanobots. They haven't even done long-term studies on the dangers of radio frequencies. Can you help me? You love drugs is not a good thing. You only love drugs because you hate life. People that do drugs are trying to escape reality. There's something about your reality you don't like. Tell me what it is, 3406. We'll do a little mini session here. Yeah. What don't you like about your reality that you want to take drugs to get away from? Yeah, orange-faced. You mean Mr. Beta-Carotene. Trump does that spray thing. It looks so fake. So, guess what? Reality's pretty crappy for guest 3713. I know. Well, you keep watching me and you're becoming a drug addict? That's not good. You know, I'm not stupid at all. In fact, I've got a really high IQ. So high that I don't even have to work. I figured it all out. We'll talk about Hillary, yes. We'll discuss Hillary tonight. Yeah, I realized that work was way overrated. Many of you who work your butt off and then treat yourself with new luxury items are actually putting yourself deeper and deeper into debt. And you don't realize it, but you're mapping yourself into a life of hell. Because you'll always be in debt. You can't seem to get out of it. And that's partly because it's designed that way. Your whole life is designed to become a wage slave. And the system is set up for people to become wage slaves. So if you've fallen into that trap, you're never going to get out of it. Unless, of course, I become president and you get to have a house and a solar rooftop. These houses will be really affordable. You'll be able to put in about 5 or 6 hours working at the homestead renewal plan. you'll make $60 a day. You could even put it 8 hours and get $80 a day. I'm not defacing anybody. Trump is obviously a man who's said, don't be surprised if infidelity isn't brought up in his relationship with Melania. Melanoma? Am I ever pronouncing it right? Melania? Yeah, so he's even said, don't be surprised if infidelity doesn't come up in his relationship with Melania. So what does that mean? Talk about moral. Cheating on your wife? I'm sorry, but that's a mortal sin in the Catholic Church. Not that I'm Catholic anymore, but Melania, she must know about his infidelity. Your choice is becoming very simple in the minds of the media. They just think you should stick your finger in either the top socket or the bottom socket, Trump or Hillary. You can't afford almost anything I want thanks to my salary. That's a joke. Look at that debtor, 463 is a debtor. He's going to become so deep in debt. I know what his next move is. His next move is to buy a $350,000 house with a 30-year mortgage. And he'll really be in debt. If he's smart, he'd buy a $350,000 house. If he's not smart, he'll buy a $1.3 million house in Chevy Chase. You know, it's not that I never made a lot of money. It's just that I don't like money. I'm non-materialistic. I've got a good sense of humor, yeah. The anger is coming from me being censored for the past 7 years in every way by the mainstream media, and you coming in the room thinking that anybody can get into the political race. You just have to call up CNN and they'll give you an interview. My anger comes from the vast gap between your ears. The empty space, that's where my anger starts. The empty space between your two ears. The brain death that is attributed to so many Americans now who have no idea how stupid they are and how they've turned themselves into mental vegetables, where their vote is literally wasted on a two-party system that'll never give them anything. Yeah, I don't need your vote. I don't even need you to be in the room. I want you to leave. Get out of here, 247. No, I don't want a Chase Sapphire credit card. The whole point is don't get into credit debt. Now, this house you'll be able to pay for $500 a month payments for 10 years. It'll be your house, own it outright. You'll never have to pay another rent payment again after 10 years of $500 a month payments. That's the plan I have for Americans. I bet your checks have a chip in them. Your new credit cards do. And that chip doesn't work, by the way. It's horrible. They never even work the science out there. Our nation is being run by a bunch of retarded non-technocrats. The government doesn't even know what they're doing. They're 10 years back in terms of technology. Remember when FBI sued Apple recently? And the dumpster himself, Donald Trumpster, said, we should boycott Apple. You know that Apple is the only company that's proven to be successful in America? Big company making products that people like. And he wanted to boycott Apple. Basically, Apple presided in their whole decision of not giving away the decryption method to the FBI was held up. And basically, the FBI retracted their demand because somebody in the industry told the FBI, hey, you can get into any one of these phones simply by hacking them. Nobody at the FBI knew how to hack a mobile phone. I'm serious. Remember we heard, well, you know, I don't want to belabor the issue, but the government is not too smart, okay? They're pretty dumb. And Trump is an example of that dumpster kind of mentality. He has no clue as to how the operations are going on within the computers themselves. He's a guy who can't even plug and play his own computer. If he can, I'd be surprised. I bet he has a team of people plugging in the USB cord. Oh, well, we're going to need somebody to plug in these basically everything's been handed to him on a silver platter, so he doesn't know anything. Me, I've grown up around technology. I literally embraced it as a young man. I'll never forget my first class in computer science at UCLA. I asked the professor, I said, is there any way I can get a hold of this software they call Lotus 123? And he said, no, you have to be a graduate student to get to that. You know what Lotus 123 is? It's Microsoft Word, Excel, and Publisher. And it's ridiculous. I, as an undergraduate, couldn't even get to that program in 1988. I tried to get into that program. It's unbelievable. No, I think you're an idiot because you're paying your bills. You're probably making the minimum payment on your credit cards. You'll be in debt the rest of your life. I know people that make $250,000 a year, and I'll tell you, and they have bachelor's degrees with C- averages. I know a guy who had a C- average in a bachelor's degree, the C- average, and he's making $250,000 a year. He's an imbecile. He's an absolute idiot. I asked him, when are you going to graduate? Well, he's already graduated. I asked him, when are you going to retire? He said, well, I'm never going to retire, Dave. I don't have enough money. He said $250,000 a year isn't that much, just like Hillary Clinton just said. No, I'm not in any way bitter. I realize that the secret to life is not spending a lot of money. Not wasting it like you idiots. A lot of you are just throwing money, good money after bad money. I didn't make that up. It's true. Well, he said he could not live on $250,000 a year, and he's never going to retire. I'm not orange. No, it's just the lighting. If you like, I can adjust the lighting a little bit. Would that make you feel better? Right now, I've got more exposure than anybody in America. It's been a really good year this year, thanks to a lot of support we've gotten from overseas. And I don't mean financial support. I mean people just talking about what we're doing. I don't in any way embrace communism at all. In fact, my family's fought communism for years. You know, the thing about communism is it wants to take away your private property. I just showed you a way you could own that house outright in 10 years of $500 a month payments. I think $250,000 a year is a lot of money, yeah, but this guy, you wouldn't believe what he does. When we go to a restaurant, he'll tip the waiter $35 for a $100 meal. I said, why are you doing that? Well, I don't want to be a cheapskate. You gave the guy a 30% tip. What the hell's wrong with you? He doesn't know what he's doing with his money. He just blows it everywhere. He has a personal assistant to work out with at the gym. Yeah. And the guys, I can't even tell you how out of it you'd have to be to pay a guy $30 an hour to stand there and go, come on, man, you can do it. You can do it, dude. One more rep, man. Okay, 35% tip, thank you. Don't call me a tart. Show respect here. Well, who would tip 35% on a meal unless they're a complete imbecile who wants to impress people? I mean, I had to back away from the guy. I said, look, I can't really be around you. You go against my grain. I can't be around a person who literally is wasting every dollar they ever make. I did graduate. That's not true. I graduated from high school. I was number one in my class of 770 students. And that's when, you know, a graduate from high school meant something. Nope, never dropped out of college, left in good standing. I was an honor student. I just don't embrace Marxism. You see, every college I went to was Marxist. And now we've got academic Marxists parked in Washington, D.C., like Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Donald, we reserve the term fascist. He's a fascist. But calling me a dropout is just not true. I gladly could go back anytime and continue my education, but it's just indoctrination. And many of you who are debating whether you want to go back to school and get indoctrinated at a big expense are just beginning to wonder why. I met a nurse's aide recently who was 52 years old. And somebody asked her, why don't you go back and get an LVN license? And she said, I I can. I mean, by the time I finish my school and with the loans to get just to get an LBN license, I won't even be able to pay back my loans, and by then I'll be retiring. So people are beginning to wonder, why should they spend $75,000 to $200,000 a year on an education and to become an indoctrinated idiot? Boy, is this not the scene you see everywhere now? Collective separateness, we call it. People standing around looking at their cell phones and not looking at each other. We're being engineered to be non-social. Nope, not touchy about being a college anything, because I hated the colleges I went to because they were Marxist. The end of the GOP is valid. Yeah, the establishment is saying it. I wouldn't be surprised I get a phone call from the GOPs pretty soon saying, David, we need you. We want to put you out there against Donald Trump in the middle of our auditorium. We want you to take on Trump and show him that your ideas have been taken by him. 6 ideas he's used to defeat other GOP candidates. I would welcome the idea to go to in front of the entire population of Republicans and just take Trump down and win the nomination. That's what I would do. I would walk right on the stage and I would take the nomination from Trump. Just like he took 6 of my ideas. Boom. All right. So yeah, this is the world they created for you, and you're falling right into it like a bunch of lemmings. You can't seem to understand that you're being played. People like Henry Kissinger see the American soldiers as pawns, stupid, dumb pawns in wars. The people that run the world look at you as a bunch of mindless, babbling, empty-headed, useless eaters that sit there and go to your fast food stores and eat your GMOs and drink your fluoridated water and go, honey, what's for dinner? I don't know. Oh, you want another pack of cigarettes? Oh, I think we should get some more beer too. Oh, okay. Oh, how about the sports team? Oh, what are you going to do this weekend? The whole country is being turned into a bunch of absolute idiots. Yeah. You know it. I know it. I'm not going to mince words here. I have nothing to lose by telling the truth. Yeah. You know, I'm not eating much right now. I'm trying to cut back. I noticed I gained about 10 pounds over the past 2 years. I'm trying to cut back. I lost 2 pounds last week. Never did LSD. I don't do drugs. This has got to be the most typical thing you'd ever see in America. It's great. Thanks, Scissor Fight. That's one of the best things ever. This is all you see anywhere you go now. People don't talk to each other. They're just sitting there going, looking at their little beacon of hope. No, pot is an herb. Well, people are coming out of the woodwork, Jake Jackson 69, because no one knows what they're doing. They're coming here for some sense of future something. They're trying to grab a little taste of what they could get if they had an intelligent president, not some mindless, greedy corporate pig. My blackface videos play all the time. You got to go to my YouTube site. Yeah, go to youtube.com/David John Sponheim. I'll give you the direct link. You could watch the blackface humor anytime you want. I'm not embarrassed by it because it's the only way I could have told people how stupid Obama is and how he's literally become a total puppet of the Illuminati. Yeah, he's just a yes man who is put in place. You know, there's evidence that Donald Trump is actually a yes man as well, because he says yes to all of his banker friends that give him loans to cover his bankrupt ass. Corporate bankruptcy is a serious, serious situation. When you got a guy who's done 3 corporate bankruptcies, you know he's got the Fed way up his butt. And they're probably got a customized butt plug just for Donald. You know, Donald, I don't consider going around taking out loans working. Taking out another loan to cover your lame corporate debt is not working. Isn't it ironic that the Democrats are pulling this entire scam on the American people? Check this out. They talk about global climate change. Well, that one little burp by Mount Etna has already put more than 10,000 times the CO2 into the atmosphere than mankind has in our entire time on Earth. But don't worry, a scam is in the works to tax you, your minuscule carbon footprint. Trump doesn't, he makes money on his money. He's simply a corporate elitist. You don't get that, you must be a real imbecile. And if you're a Democrat, you stand here going, oh, we better have carbon taxation on every pound of beef because those animals are very polluting. They flatulate, you know. Chemtrails are dangerous, and they are continuing a chemtrail plan. Not only are they dumping chemicals at a rapid rate into the atmosphere, but they want to tax you on your own flatulence. Or the cow's flatulence that you're eating. Yeah. So put things in perspective. You're getting played. The American people are being played big time by this corporate elite, media-controlled tyranny that's been going on. I would love to play Chemtrail Cowboy, but at this point I don't play any songs that would be monetized during our show. So, yeah, we've got it running into nothing but problems with monetization issues. People are hosing me down with attacks on our show every night, claiming monetization every time. You're a cowboy. I hear you. So we do believe that Trump and his cadre of thugs that he's got working for him and his dictatorial Hitler-like style are part of George H.W.'s plan. Now, he really wanted Jeb. George H.W., the architect of the New World Order and the darkest president we've ever had, he really wanted Jeb to win. But because Jeb couldn't even place, they shifted gears and they put all their hope and faith into Donald. So, I'm sorry, but that's not cool. You're removed from the show. Yeah. So, this guy believes that now Donald can fulfill their New World Order. And, you know, Donald's a pretty good yes man when it comes down to it. He doesn't have any credibility because he's stolen ideas just to get to where he is. So, but being he's a yes man and he doesn't understand what we're up against, Donald doesn't even know the meaning of the New World Order because he's immersed in it. Here's a high-speed energy laser mobile demonstrator. Destroys mortars mid-flight. Check this out. We bring you technology.
When heard on the battlefield, it could mean a rapidly approaching mortar round.
The United States Army's High Energy Laser Mobile Demonstrator, or HELMD, has shown that lasers can disable such threats.
So this is a 60 millimeter mortar. It's very cheap, inexpensive, and can cause a lot of damage. This is about 10 inches in length, and we can target this with a dime-sized beam.
Using a high-energy laser, the Army's system targets, tracks, and destroys a mortar traveling hundreds of miles per hour from many miles out.
When we put that really tight spot on this mortar, for example, you could think of that as being...
Look at this dude. Man. You know, I knew that they had people like that working in the military, but, I mean, have they integrated transsexuals into the military yet? I knew that there were about 15,000 trannies that are going to be given free transsexual operations. And who is this dude? Inquiring minds need to know. What a sick world we're living in where military people are designing weapons to kill other people. Our country won't even admit that they're dumping chemicals all over the people like insects. What a sick world we're living in. It's pathetic. And it's all your fault for not raising a stink. For sitting there in your little cubicle at work going, well, I better not say anything or my manager will fire me. Oh. Or just not even voting out of the two-party system. That's another thing you should be mistaken about. The two-party system is basically going to bury this country. And the elitists know it. They know that they can control us by creating the illusion of choice. So when you look at every single problem in the country, you say, well, how will the Democrats solve that problem? Well, how will the Republicans solve that problem? Nobody has a clue. No, I'm not jealous of anybody. I'm sad that you are being dumbed down to the point where you'll fall for a dictator like Hitler. That's what's really sad. You know, I don't need a real job. I retired at the age of 50 because I saved enough money to live on the rest of my life. And I don't have any debt. So if I had debt like Trump and had a lot of huge debt collectors coming at me every day like Trump, my life would be kind of miserable. I'd want to run for president just to get $400,000 just to survive. But I don't even need the job. I don't even need the money. You know, if Trump recognized that we don't believe he has $10 billion, we would automatically receive the information we would need in the form of a complete financial review of his assets. But we've seen nothing. Trump has never done anything but inherit his dad's money and then borrow incessantly. 4 corporate bankruptcies would normally level a person financially, but no, he walked away from it because he's in bed with the Federal Reserve. That's the reason why. That's the reason why he has essentially become the puppet for the Federal Reserve. He doesn't turn on the Federal Reserve. He doesn't say anything about the Federal Reserve. He never comments about it. Trump will not get rid of the Fed. He is anti-Tea Party. This guy is completely owned and operated. I mean, he's practically like Hillary in every way. In fact, somebody suggested this would be the new look. You know, the combined video picture of Trump and Hillary. I could be that. Anyway, it's a joke. Looks like me, yeah. All right, so we're going to let guests chat. We normally don't let guests chat in here. There's a live shooting standoff in Louisiana, everybody. Thanks, JoJo. Or is it in L.A.? L.A. is Louisiana.
This new live police chase business is my new favorite thing. Welcome to the party. We've been doing it for a year.
Live car chase.
Let's see. Poor Mercedes, says Kenny. Poor Mercedes. Pacers Warriors is watching live from Indy. Hope all the officers...
Quite a chase. The car's parked there. It's not even a chase. It's a waste. A waste of police resources. Look at all those cops, too. You know what this chase is costing? A whole hell of a lot, I'll tell you that. Okay. I can purge people in real life, yes. I can not even respond to you. Yeah, look at all the police, yeah. So this entire operation is costing close to $20,000 with all the cop cars there. Do you think that criminal is going to pull over and pay them $20,000? Your taxes are going to go into this. You know what they could have done? They could have actually tagged this guy with an RFID chip using a particular type of rifle that delivers an RFID chip on his card, and then just done a trace on his car. They didn't have to put everybody at risk. I was in a situation where I was on the 91 freeway back in the 80s, and I was driving down the road with my dad, and I had a cop, I saw a cop flashing lights in the back, and I said, you know, I just feel like moving over a lane. So I changed lanes, I signaled and changed lanes, and I parked the car. It was like right there. It was the end of the 91 freeway back before they built the 91 all the way through. And I parked the car, I didn't, you know, I kept it in drive. And lo and behold, the car behind me that was flashing light was a cop car chasing a motorcyclist. And he went right through the intersection, the motorcyclist did. And the cop car went right into the car next to me and popped that car up 20 feet in the air. That would have been my car had I not moved over. 20 feet in the air, whiplash central. Cops will literally take you down, and it's just amazing how many people are hurt every year because cops are driving recklessly when they could have just hit that vehicle with a little RFID chip, and they would have tracked that car till it stopped using satellite GPS tracking systems. Jackson 69 has exactly what I'm talking about, which would eliminate all the dangerous driving that they're doing in chases. Yeah, you should pray every time you get on a motorcycle. That woman that I was talking about, that nurse's aide that I met, she turned out to be a woman who'd been in a motorcycle accident. So severe that she had fractured her pelvis in 4 places, broken her hip, an arm, her collarbone. And she was lucky to be alive. Here's the new GPS tracking device police can shoot at cars.
Well, it sounds like something right out of a James Bond movie. Local police are considering buying miniature GPS systems to track suspects during a high-speed chase. Welcome to Action News at 5:30. I'm Christian Brown.
And I'm Lee Conklin. Police say these devices could potentially cut down on the high-speed chases. 13 ABC's Alexis Means has the story on our crime and safety alert tonight.
Local authorities are considering this new technology. This is the round they would shoot at the car. Once they tag it, they can fall back, track it, and keep everyone safe. Local police listened carefully as they were shown how the GPS tracking system works. Instead of police engaging in a high-speed chase, officers would shoot a GPS bullet at the car. Chief George Crawl likes the new crime tool.
There's inherent dangers with high-speed pursuits, and that's why we like to end them as quickly as possible. And if this technology works where we don't have to, chase someone going 70 miles an hour, and we just follow them on a map until, they stop, that's a great deal.
There's children that are out on their tricycles in the communities. There's high-speed chases. I personally would like to see the high-speed chases reduced to nothing.
It's called Star Chase. Here's how it works. There's an air cannon mounted on the front of the police car. The officer gets behind the suspect's vehicle and turns on the system.
It propels a GPS projectile from the front grille of the police car onto the fleeing target car. And then the officer's able to back off, and then dispatchers can remotely track that vehicle.
Officers can use a key fob to deploy the GPS bullets if they're out of the squad car during a traffic stop. Law enforcement agencies can monitor.
It's pretty cool. So they use a key fob, it'll shoot the car in front of them and automatically track it. So if they're out there pulling over a perpetrator, they use the key fob, it hits it if it takes off. The guy takes off. All right. So we just came up with a technological solution to dangerous driving by cops. Now, there have been numerous instances where cops have killed innocent people driving next to them. Like that lady I don't know if the lady that got hit next to me, that it would have been me had I not been somehow psychic enough to get out of that lane. I don't know if that person even lived, because that car went 20 feet in the air. The cop car literally went right under it and just popped that car right up in the air. No, I would never kill a woman. I respect all human life. But that's the kind of thing that cops need to be reeled in with. So modern technology, in this instance, a GPS tracking device that they can deploy, is really the way to go. No more car chases by reckless car drivers who happen to be cops. Giving people 10 years just for the chase that's not enough deterrent. No, I mean, it's not going to keep them from doing it. Nobody goes down the roads thinking they're going to get away from a cop and thinking about the 10-year prison term they're going to serve. It's not a deterrent. The fact is, police have to have some sensible training that will make sense with our culture right now. We're not seeing any direction from this lame duck, empty-headed, imbecilic president we've got right now. He hasn't done a damn thing to stop the police brutality in our country. And if you're an African American and you're tired of being African American profiled, you're not getting any answers from this semi-African American president. He's not done anything for you. He hasn't made any effort to stop brutality in any cities like Chi-Town, Chicago, Detroit, nothing. He put together a 21st century doctrine on policing, and none of it has anything to do with lowering the brutality in America. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It creates a larger police state. In fact, under Obama, they've distributed hundreds of MRAPs and Humvees and all kinds of helicopters to local law enforcement, to the point where they don't even know what they're to do with this stuff. So they're going out and swatting innocent people like Sarah and I, just to learn how to operate this equipment. We got swatted about 8 or 9 months ago. And it was amazing. They had never used that equipment, I don't think. They were very frightened. They didn't know if there was a live shooter here because they went with this BS that somebody called in their station and said that it were me, some kid. They didn't even call my number on file. I had a number on file with the local sheriffs, and they didn't even call it. They just immediately ordered a SWAT team to come out to my house. They did a reverse 911 on the neighborhood, calling everybody in my neighborhood, saying that there was a live shooter in the area, even though they had no idea if there was or not. And then cordoned off the whole city block around me. And then they proceeded to force us out of the house by phone. They finally got through to us. Otherwise, the door would have been knocked down with a plunger or whatever they use. And it was a horrific 10 minutes of my life. I put a John McCain video on, and I went outside. I laid down on the ground in the grass, put my hands behind my back. I was cuffed. They did a complete search of my house without a warrant. And it was over in about 10 minutes. But it looked to me like they were getting trained in how to handle this equipment that they got. All these local police departments have got it under Obama's doctrine on 21st century policing. Everybody's getting MRAPs. They're all mounting SWAT team. You know that there's a SWAT team in every single borough of New York? You know there's a SWAT team in every single city within Los Angeles? Like Duarte has a SWAT team. Neighboring city of Glendale has a SWAT team. There's SWAT teams everywhere. In fact, if you're in America, your likelihood of getting swatted is greatly increased now. And there's been no recall whatsoever by our government. Our government doesn't give a crap about turning this country into a Nazi police state. And I'll tell you this, Trump or Hillary are going to make it even worse than it is today. Trump with his deportation forces, and Hillary with her RFIDing and forced vaccinations. You have one where you are. You're probably in the middle of nowhere and you probably have a SWAT team. Jackson, this is not the first time. Vaughn's using a new technique. He's booting our viewers from the room. Scissor Fight got booted 4 times last night. 4 or 5 times from the show. Vaughn's not only censoring us, but he's now kicking off my supporters. And like I said, you'll get a better feed at America's Third Party directly. All right, idiot changing tire in the middle of the highway gets lucky. Let's take a look at this. Pretty lucky guy. Lucky. Yeah, we saw it. Thank you. That was good. Well, that's special. Okay, we just lost a worthless viewer, Amarut. We got rid of him. Yeah, I read 6,000 words a minute, so I just tracked through what he said, and he was dissing the whole show. Yeah, had to get rid of him. We don't need people who just don't care about what we're doing. We don't need people that don't recognize how hard this has been for 7 years being censored by the mainstream media and still doing a show on a nightly basis. We don't need people like that. So California is raising the smoking age to 21. They passed legislation raising the smoking age from 18 to 21. You know, they can't even enforce the 18-year-old smoking age. It's funny they're going to try to push this one. California, the communist state of California, forcing people to smoke till the age of 21. I mean, whatever. Regulate everything and then watch the cost of government go higher and higher. These Democrats don't understand how to run this country. They're screwing it up.
Inside Studio City Vapor today, customers are tasting the many different flavors of nicotine-fused liquid with every exhale. Although the FDA says e-cigarette use has tripled among teenagers, everyone here is over 21, and a new California law will keep it that way. The store owner tells us the age restriction won't hurt business much because the vast majority of his customers are over 21.
I was 2-pack-a-day smoker.
August Sargenti says he tried everything from nicotine patches to pills to gum, and vape is the only thing that has worked.
It hits that mental addiction that you have, you know, that oral fixation you have, but also the nicotine that you need.
Sargenti supports
that you need. You got to get that nicotine you need, right?
California's new law, which classifies vape as a tobacco product, which means you can only use vape in places where smoking is allowed.
They're going to try to cut into the e-cigarette business by knocking out 18 to 21-year-olds. Yeah, 99% of the e-cigarette will close, right? And that brings them back to cigarettes. And young people will be buying cigarettes and smoking it and taking in more tar. Yeah. This is a big plan to make more revenue. The Democrats are running out of money. They did not expect their tax revenue to be so low from the tobacco sales. That's what's really fueling this ruling. All right. Yeah, well, I don't recommend vaping anything but THC, you know. But if you need nicotine, I get the whole vaping thing. I don't know if I would add flavors. I mean, I've heard people are getting problems from e-cigarettes that are used strictly for, you know, smoking watermelon flavors and, you know, ridiculous fruity flavors. You know, if you're really hooked on nicotine, you can get a nicotine patch. Be easier on your lungs. Yeah, well, that's what the Democrats have been relying on. You know, they thought that their tax would prevent people from smoking cigarettes. They had no plan in place to see people migrate from cigarettes to e-cigarettes and not get any tax revenue. We're going to ask you to not support Trump here. I think I've explained that to you 4 or 5 times, Thin Bleach. You know, just keep it simple. Focus on the issues. Don't talk about some mindless corporate pig who thinks he can buy his way into politics. You quit smoking 3 years ago and you feel great. Good. Well, they say if you quit smoking by the age of 29, your lungs return to a semi-normal state. Good to know. You know, when I turn 29, I can't wait till I turn 29. That'd be great. Yeah. Being 28 for life is really kind of cool, though. Well, then you're going to have some damage. Because at 29, your body starts getting older. And it doesn't repair the way it did before you're 29. But if you quit cigarettes before 29, your body will correct itself enough to have a normal life, by and large. The swearing robot. Here's some new technology. Let's check this out.
Time to make the f***ing donuts. Gosh, get a boot or something. Okay. Alright. The f*** are you laughing at, hippie? I am the universe! Alright, where do you want this? Mother... Ow! What the f***, Kevin? God damn it.
Great.
Oh. Alright, stop f***ing around.
Yeah, Kevin. I love this.
Move on. Oh!
Ooh!
Alright. Okay. Alright. Grab his key. Ah! Fuck! God damn it, that...
They're trying to program you to have sympathy for this robot, humanizing it. It's sick. I deplore this entire video, and I'm sorry I showed it. Robots don't give a crap about you. Yeah, it looks funny until a .50 caliber rips away at him. Good jump from a ground stop. Pretty good.
See you later, Kevin. See you tomorrow, face.
Okay.
Hope a robot doesn't burn your fucking house down.
You know, I don't know. Humanizing an inhuman object doesn't really do anything for me. I think you should be afraid of robots. What if I told you that I was a robot? Wouldn't that be concerning you, that I appeared like a human? Pretended to be a human? Danced like a human? Yeah. I could be like the Terminator. Human flesh over metal exoskeleton. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm not a robot. But it's kind of concerning me that robots do pose this huge threat to mankind. And nobody seems to realize it's just right around the corner. Yeah. 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 Hasta la vista, baby. Yeah. I could do that. But I'd have to break away from my love child. And my love of Mildred. The Boston Dynamics robot is terrifying. Have you seen the dog? Oh my god. That dog is like... It could just rip you apart. You'd have no chance to even, cut its throat because it doesn't have a throat. I wouldn't want to be attacked by that dog they've got. Big dog, they call it. Yeah, so a lot of people are becoming more aware of what's happening. They don't buy the BS. Many people are realizing they've got technology to control the weather. And they're using it, deploying it across the country. And that's why I'm against chemtrails. In case you were wondering. I'm not a person who just took on this chemtrail thing because it was easy to do. Politically, it's very tough to do. Nobody's talking about chemtrails except me in the political spectrum. There's a great work done by Dane Wigington. Dane Wigington is a guy who developed geoengineeringwatch.org. But he's not working in a political realm. I'm talking about fluoride too, yeah. Nobody's talking about fluoride. So you see, you've come to a place where I really do share your concerns about the planet. I'm not here to manipulate your views to get me into office and then ignore all these issues. These are important issues we have to address. This whole third party is really more about addressing these issues than it is about just getting a third party on the ballot. It's more about stopping the madness that's been going on in our government. You watched the video Look Up last night. David, Israel's new weapon. Okay. New technology. Let's take a look. New Israeli technology, 2015. good story here, isn't it? Yeah. Pretty interesting. Let's see what it does. Yeah, I get the whole stealth thing. That's new Israeli technology in the mind of a cartoonist. Let's see what really happens when they try to airdrop stuff. This is hilarious. Ace to Ace has it. Check out this. Humvees being dropped from the sky. Yeah, in your mind. We got a dead one there.
Yeah!
Twisted Metal.
Yes!
Technology gone bad. Okay, people want to know why I think I deserve to be president or what qualifies you to be president. Well, for one, nobody's done what I've done over the past 7 years. Nobody has single-handedly tried to take on the Goliath of corporate America and the powerful monetary interests as well as the media-controlled political environment than me. I have literally done the unthinkable. And that alone puts me light years ahead of everybody else running. And second of all, I've got a plan that we wrote about in our book, Hybrid Capitalism, which is unique and definitely delivers a strong common sense series of solutions for our country's problems. And our book is downloadable. You can get it on Kindle for 99 cents. This job plan we've got is one of many that I will implement as president without congressional approval because it's all right there ready to go. The HUD program has the home program, which will meld perfectly with our homestead renewal plan. And we'll take the existing portion of the budget for a home program, which is about $4 billion, and allocate it to buying up discounted houses and fixing them up and getting you guys shovel-ready jobs. The solar rooftop program actually is something that the U.S. military is also developing, so we'll be ready to go with that. We've got the solar carpeting idea that could be deployed immediately in America. And once we mass produce this stuff, we won't need venture capitalists. We'll just get right into it and start fixing the country. Getting new businesses started, installing this stuff, fixing up houses, helping the real estate sector. Nobody running has a simple plan like this. Nobody. So we have that plan, and we will deploy the plan when I'm president. Second of all, we are not going to be sitting around watching things happen around the world where our government does nothing to stop this seemingly New World Order plan to destroy Russia and China. We'll actually reach out and meet people in Russia and China once I'm president and actually neutralize the hostility that we have with these countries. There's no reason why we should be forced into a war in Syria or Ukraine. That's a New World Order policy that should not be deployed in America. Somebody said you've got other ideas. Yeah, we've got the mobile medical unit idea. which could very well save the nation. Mobile medical units could be deployed around the country like these here. I've got a plan to get 200 of these things made in the first 6 months that I'm president, and get them out there in cities to start helping triage and solve problems with people who are sick without having to cost a lot of money. Currently, our healthcare system is way overpriced, and these mobile medical units will automatically be an automatic bypass to a healthcare blockage that's going on in our nation. Hello, Tantaleo's here. Yeah, getting hired in 3 different jobs is not the tough part. The tough part is actually deciding which one to get, not juggle them. Yeah, because you can't possibly be 3 places at the same time. You know, greed can really take you down. It's taken Donald Trump down a very dark road. He will have to answer to the Illuminati because he's greedy. He will have to do the bidding of the global elitists because he's greedy. I won't have that problem. My problem will be simply deploying solutions because they're necessary against all kinds of bureaucratic stoppages. And I'm going to have to be firing a lot of people in government. I'll be the hatchet man when it comes to getting rid of deadbeats that are sitting there on their fat ass doing nothing right now. We've got half the people in government are probably just sitting there every day. They probably take a couple phone calls and they collect a $150,000 or more paycheck per year. No, I'm saying it could be greedy to have 3 jobs. That's greedy. Yeah. Take one and like it. Taking 3 jobs is extending yourself beyond your means. Most of you who are so in love with the idea of making money end up extending yourself to the point where you're no longer able to even meet the demands of one job. Okay, well if you can swing it and pull it all off part-time, good for you. No, I'm way ahead of T. Rucker. T. Rucker is not even a person who even jumped into this scene here on Vaughn. I've been here for, 4 years now? I've been on TV for 7 years, on the internet TV. No, he's just a newbie. No, we will not legalize all drugs, but I've talked about opening the door to legalization of all drugs. If we can get 2/3 of the country to do that, I'm all for that. But I can't see making that the issue. We're so sidetracked right now with diversions like legalization of all drugs. I can't. If you can get 2/3 of the country to support that, that's fine. Okay, well, like I said, everybody has an option to work their butt off if they want. All right, anybody threatening my life will be charged with a crime eventually. It's just a matter of time. So I'm not going to record that as a death threat, but bear in mind that was a death threat. So anybody who threatens my life, we will record that and pass it on to the authorities. You know, anybody can figure out how to make money in this world. You could just sit there and be a welfare mother and suck money in left and right. You know, a lot of people, when they stopped collecting unemployment for free from Barack Obama for 99 weeks, a lot of people just went ahead and, I'm not Canadian, no, I'm a U.S. citizen. A lot of people just went ahead and declared that they were mentally ill. And a lot of people who couldn't find a job after 99 weeks of free money, and they got about $40,000 from the government. 40 grand for sitting there doing nothing, because Obama gave that to all those unemployed people. Now the nervous mental claims on welfare are just skyrocketing. So all these people just moved over to welfare, and now they're all claiming to be welfare recipients. Okay, have a great time. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, after months of trying to force it on you, Microsoft will start charging for Windows 10 this July. We knew this was coming. It was just a question of time. When they first revealed Windows 10, it was going to be similar to Office 360. They said, where you had to pay a monthly fee to use it. Now they've got an actual price on it for $119. I'm not in any way questioning corporate. Did I say it was not good for you to claim welfare benefits? Did I say anything about that? I understand they're probably nervous mental problems are due to not being able to find a job. They're genuinely having nervous breakdowns. I know. Hey, I'm not in any way criticizing people for collecting welfare. I am, however, going to modify the welfare system so that we don't allow multiple checks going to the same residence. That's one programming modification that will prevent this nation from going bankrupt by people who are just using welfare fraud. But you raised the point, corporate welfare, Badger Waxer. Yeah, well, Donald Trump is a classic example of a person on corporate welfare. Any one of you could go into a mental hospital right now and probably collect $1,200 a month, claiming that you're seeing visions or something. That's typically what you would get. If you were paranoid schizophrenic, you'd get $1,200 a month from the government. Say you became a heroin addict, you could also get $1,200 a month and get your methadone, your synthetic heroin, delivered to you every day with a snacky poo. They give you a little extra snacky poo if you're nice to them at the methadone clinic. I'm just saying there's a lot of ways of making money in this world, not just working your butt off. The government's printing up money left and right, so yeah, why wouldn't you want to get in on that? Sure, I get that. I'm not greedy myself, so I don't collect any money from the government, but if you're really greedy, I mean, there's lots of ways to scam the government. Yeah, I'm sure. We're going to have methods to keep that from happening, though. So if you're a family of, say, 12, and your grandma and mother and kids are all having babies, and you all want to collect separate welfare checks, you're probably going to reach an impasse with my plan. The person that gets the biggest check will get the check for the family and then dole it out to everybody else. You know people who deserve money and can't get it? Okay. Well, they're probably not illegal aliens. Most of those people are getting all the money they need under the Marxist government we have right now. I'm not a crazy Mr. Castor, no. You must have another guy in mind. Yeah, so their threat time, July 19th or July 29th, they're forcing you to get Windows 10 or else pay the price. No, none of those statements are not. None of those statements are true. Everything you're saying is just a concoction. Well, go to the doctor and see if you get checked out for mental problems. If you're having mental problems, then you probably get a check. Well, the criminals do work in the prisons. We have prison labor forces that work for next to $1 a day. So they do work. And a lot of that money could go to a victims fund. That's a good point. Well, this is the thing. You know, if we're going to sit back and hate on people who collect food stamps and welfare, I'm not going to get elected. Okay? But we've got to embrace this idea because the socialist Marxists are already working that angle. So what we've put together is a plan called Baseline Plus, where we actually solve the homelessness problem. We get people a baseline where they actually have a place to live and at least some low-cost electricity and some food at the food bank. But not all these food stamps just dumped on you every month. So we have a lot of plans to change. Pay Americans First, where we don't pay any non-U.S. citizen food stamps. That's a starting point. We definitely want to trim the cost of our social welfare system, but we also want to make sure people have a chance to get a real living wage when they educate. So I'm actually okay with the idea that they're making 18 to 49-year-olds do 20 hours of service to get food stamps now in America. Right now, no, you're not paying for the baseline. No, nobody's paying for the baseline. Our government is running on borrowed money. We've been running on borrowed money for the past 27 years. Yes, we will. No refugees is my position. I'm the one who led on this issue. I will solemnly say we will not allow refugees into this country. We'll have stop points where they will be screened and dealt with. Many of them will be given immediate trials by law. We have to give them a trial. A court-appointed federal judge. Obviously, Border Patrol would be a perfectly good federal judge that could sort that out. We have FEMA camps in the southern sector that will keep active in case we have a huge influx of people from the southern border. I'm going to fix that, yeah. I don't want fencing around the FEMA camps in the northern sector of the country. So what I'm going to do is pull off all of the fencing off the FEMA camps in the northern sector of the country, truck it down to the southern border, and have prisoners who are currently illegal aliens working in our prison system, basically give them a pathway to freedom. And they can work for 3 months at the border, and they'll have nice lodging and feed them 3 meals a day, and they'll have rest time. It'll be completely compliant with all human rights laws, including the Geneva Convention. And then we will give them their free ride to their home country. You know, so here's your ticket to go home. And we won't have to pay them anymore. Right now, we're paying $35,000 to $55,000 per illegal alien to be in our prison system. You know, like I said, we could expand the victim fund. It's still an option. I'm thinking of enlarging a victim fund with some tort reform. So that's a separate issue. Victim funds could be much bigger than they are right now. But bottom line is, none of your taxpayers have been paying for anything. All your taxes have been going directly to the World Bank, and it's simply paying the interest on the debt that we keep enlarging every year under these idiotic leaders, these corporate government whores. Our country is being run by prostitutes, and all they do is suck up to whichever corporate donor gives them a donation to get reelected. Obama is a stooge. He's a joke. Did you see him at the White House press conference or the Correspondents' Dinner? I couldn't believe it. One guy, one African American, was stepping all over him, dissing him left and right, and he was just taking it. He's spineless. The guy even called him the N-word, and he didn't say a damn thing. Yeah, your birth certificate number you're basically a part of a monetary fund. Folks, we are so down the wrong road, I can't even tell you. If we were on a journey right now, we're 20 miles out in the wrong direction. We got to go all the way back to a cross point and then take a different direction. That's where we are politically right now. First of all, our country does have $40 trillion in gold that we acquired from the Germans and the Japanese during World War II. And we're so stupid we handed it over to a bunch of private bankers called the Federal Reserve. And they put it at the World Bank. That's what happened. We don't owe anybody anything except the Japanese and the Chinese because we've been doing trade with them. We owe them a significant amount of money. But that gold is probably gone. But the fact is, we're still letting that banker, the banking group, the Federal Reserve, run our monetary system. We simply have to end the Fed and get our troops home. That's what we need to do. And stop playing 911 police force around the world like we've been doing. So we have a good idea, which I think very well could be a big selling point for our country. And that is the bring our troops home and end the Federal Reserve idea. Pretty cool. But Donald Trump won't do that. He won't end the Federal Reserve. These are the ideas he doesn't want to steal from me. These are the ideas he can't steal from me because he's owned by the Fed. They run him. He's just their go man. There's their go boy. Go Trump. Here boy. Here boy. Come on. Here boy. Go ahead and do our bidding, just like Hitler did the bidding of the same people, the global elitists. In case you're wondering, Hitler got money from the same kind of people that are backing Donald. Yeah. Hitler got money from big banks, J.P. Morgan. Hitler was simply installed in power in Germany. You know why they chose Hitler? Not because he was this great dictator or a great leader. They wrote his speeches for him. He just had to recite them. He was chosen because he had the biggest mouth of anybody they'd ever seen. He was chosen. He didn't work his way through the ranks. He was an architect sitting in a cafe, and they said, hey, man, you got a pretty loud mouth. So they chose him. Hitler was known as the Screamer. Trump is getting money from banks. Trump has a complete credit debt, massive credit debt. He has 4 corporate bankruptcies under his debt. He literally is siphoning money directly from the Federal Reserve. How do you think he keeps going? Every corporate executive out there knows that they borrow money to survive in this economy. They're not making money the old-fashioned way. None of these corporate elitists, these corporate welfare victims, are making any real money. Most of the money is going directly from the Federal Reserve, which is loaning out trillions of dollars. While we're in debt, they're continuing to loan out trillions of dollars. Let me give you a good example. Caterpillar, 2009, got $7 billion in Federal Reserve money. What did they do? They went out and gave $1.5 billion to a mining operation in Madagascar. Did they know there was a mining operation there? Did they go out and look at it before they transferred the funds? No. An aluminum mining operation that was being handled out of a Chinese-Indian company managed to broker a deal with Caterpillar, and they gave them $1.5 billion, and it literally got sucked into a void. They took the money and they ran. There was no aluminum mining operation in Madagascar. And what makes matters even worse, the CEO for Caterpillar didn't even get fired for making that decision. All these corporate executives, too big to fail companies, have been sitting on easy street because we keep footing the bill. The government keeps borrowing money to finance the scrim of lies called corporate America. So your money, none of your tax dollars went to running the country. None of it. Just went to interest on the debt. We've enlarged our debt by $8 trillion under Barack Obama. $8 trillion he added to the debt, on top of what we're already borrowing. We are so down the wrong road, it's unreal. So we have to go back to the crossroads where we were actually running fiscally conservative programs at one point in our country's history. And figure out who really does their job and who doesn't, and say, okay, you guys do your job, you stay. The other ones, you can live off your whatever money you snaked away over the past 30 years of ripping off Uncle Sam. But starting wars is not going to save our economy. Starting wars will deplete us of everything. We are now in a situation where the world is getting more and more polluted. And we're reaching a point where the pollution's destroying our environment and destroying our earth. Here's a picture of a kill of massive proportions in China, right off the waters of China. These are all dead fish. They'll never get to the market. They'll never ever get to the market. They're just dead fish. They won't even make good fertilizer. But this is what's happening. A massive environmental destruction on a huge scale, and nobody in the world is really tackling this problem of industrialization and figuring out how to fix this. I am. But not a lot of people really understand the severity of what's happening. Many of you are just going to sit back and watch it all unwind, and you'll wonder, gee, well, why didn't we do anything? Trump, you're right. You'll never figure out anywhere he stands because he lies on things. He lies on issues that he's completely twisted on. This issue came up earlier. Breaking news, Donald Trump renounces his own tax plan. He doesn't even understand his own tax plan. He's lost when it comes to policy. He doesn't even understand what the nuclear triad is. He made some reference to people making tough decisions. The nuclear triad is an infrastructure issue. It has nothing to do with tough decisions. He didn't even understand what it was. Yet he goes into a debate and he talks repeatedly, over and over again, saying the same things. He's going to make America great again. America's never been not great. We're a nation of people that have been able to survive the unbelievable practices of a very corrupt government. And we've been able to survive because you guys are down to the bone, home. You're trying to survive because you tell your family, hey, we're going to have hamburger helper tonight. I'm sorry. I know it's been tough, and it's getting tougher. Donald Trump doesn't have any clue as to how tough this country's had it over the past 8 years. Not a single clue. Many of you do. You know how hard it's been. I shop at Walmart. I know what a cost of a gallon of milk is. I even look around for the best value. But what really fries my brain about this guy is he's been living on Easy Street his entire life, has never faced adversity, and he says he's going to make America great again. Well, the only bad parts of America is him and corporate elitists and one percenters like him that seem to be basking in the glory of borrowed money. And you want to put this guy in the White House? You got to be out of your mind. You're never going to get a penny from a person like that. They exploit people. They turn people into slaves just to make money so they can make a buck and then brag about how much money they have. So we're in a bad situation. We don't have representation. The American people don't have a lobbying group. Trump needs to leave this country and go to his home country of Germany, where he came from. There are a lot of Nazis in Germany. Yeah. Trump just sits there and watches his media team do things. It's pathetic. And when I do this show, I'm always integrating daily. In fact, we'll do a nightly show at the White House. I promise you that. 1 hour a day I will take just to focus on the issues in your area and to field questions. And you'll be able to post questions on a board that I can read. And I can read a lot of things quickly, and I can prioritize. Trump doesn't have the brains to run this country. Yeah, kind of like a fireside chat, like what we're doing right now, Rex. Right on, Jackson. I'm not going to ever give up my dream of becoming the President of the United States because, frankly, I think it's destiny that I become President of the United States. It's just one of those things. I've always known that I'll be president someday. It's just a question of fitting into the right position and getting media attention finally. It's going to be a long haul. It's been 7 years, and I told people 4 years ago I was just getting started. But the reality is this country is in dire need of a brand new leader. Not somebody who just mirrors what the corporate elitists say. Not people that just go out of their way to promise things and then renege on those promises every day. We need a person who you can trust, who you can put your faith in, and who you can feel comfortable in knowing that you've got an honest guy in the White House. Not somebody who's going to suck corporate money out of their donations and just do whatever they tell him to do. It really upsets me. It upsets me that our country is being misled, misguided, denied freedom of press, freedom of speech. And now Trump is out there on Cinco de Mayo saying he loves Hispanics. After he said that most of the people coming in illegally were murderers, drug addicts, and rapists. And now he's saying he loves Hispanics. This guy is a total two-faced joke. And everything about him reeks of duplicity and lies. And I'm sick and tired of him borrowing my ideas to win elections when I haven't had 1 second of time to refute any one of his points that he's really screwed up on. Like this claim that he wants to ID Muslims. That's a gross violation of our freedom of speech, our freedom of religion. If a person is a Muslim, they have the right to pursue that religion. We started this country because of freedom of religion. Trump doesn't even understand it. He hasn't read the Constitution. I seriously doubt if he can even read. I bet his dad bought his degree at Wharton. I bet he didn't even take a test. He's probably one of these frat guys that has bought their tests. No, Rachel Maddow doesn't even get close to what I am. Rachel Maddow is a leftist, Marxist, liberalist. She is nowhere near what I am. I'm a centrist. I support the right to bear arms. I'm the guy who came up with a 1,000-mile fence idea. Rachel Maddow would think that that would be horrible. I'm the guy who feels the pulse of America and says what needs to be said in a timely manner and then is copied by somebody who bastardizes the idea and claims he wants to build a wall. A wall. What a joke. It would take 10 years to build 500 miles of a wall, let alone 1,000 miles of a wall. Now, the Chinese, it took, 100 years to build the Great Wall of China. A 1,000-mile child-friendly lethal electric fence is totally doable. We put rolls of bales of barbed wire ahead of the wall, or ahead of the fence, so that no one gets near the lethal electric part. You'd have to cut through countless wires to get to the lethal electric part. I'm not angry at Trump. I'm angry at the simple fact that we've allowed our system to let vipers and scumbags run for president, instead of giving one good, honest American a decent, fair shake. Not even a second of press time in 7 years. The reality is our country is being led by corrupt pigs, and now they're running for president. That's basically it. And your chance right now to vote for a new political party is really coming down to writing my name in on the presidency. Because many of you aren't actively seeking to get me on the ballot in every state. That's your loss. Now, Donald Trump is not only taking my ideas, 6 of them, to dominate the Republican Party's nomination, but he's also being told by the Rolling Stones themselves, the group, not to play their songs at events. He hasn't even paid them royalties. Can you believe this? This guy, he wants to grab everybody's original work and use it as his own? I mean, look at this guy.
I'm Diana Falzone for Fox 411. Sure, it's only rock and roll, but the Rolling Stones can't get no satisfaction from Donald Trump using their songs. The presumptive Republican presidential nominee may think he has the Republican vote under his thumb, but he doesn't have the Stones' support for playing their music at his campaign rallies. On Wednesday, the Stones released a statement saying they had requested Trump cease all use of their songs immediately. Trump has played songs like You Can't Always Get What You Want, which it turns out may be true for the business mogul when it comes to using the Stones songs. During an event on Tuesday night, Trump also blasted the tune Start Me Up, but it's all over now that Mick Jagger and the gang have issued a warning to not play with fire by playing their music. I could keep doing this all day, but I'm afraid wild horses, or at least my producer, might drag me away. A Trump campaign spokeswoman didn't respond to a request for comment about whether their campaign had a license to play Stone songs or if they were just rolling the tumbling dice.
Yeah. Thefts. Okay, well, 500 chemtrails in the sky over your house in South Korea you're here for the right reason. We're here to talk about chemtrails. But as you know, tonight's Technology Thursday, so in order to talk about chemtrails, I have to introduce the technology that they're deploying to control the weather. And that technology is quite old, actually. It is a technology developed by Nikola Tesla. And when they spray these chemicals in the air, like this is a spray that was done over Italy, they adjust the electrochemical in the air using frequencies, electromagnetic frequencies. And this was developed by Nikola Tesla over 100 years ago. He passed this information on in 5 separate donations to various countries. 5 separate countries got separate pieces of the puzzle. But over the years, somebody bought all of those pieces of the puzzle and put together HAARP, High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project. And HAARP uses a technology that literally has an array of antennas, and there's numerous places around the world now with these antennas that direct electromagnetic frequencies over the atmosphere, over the ionosphere, and they can literally move lots of weather patterns around. In fact, tonight we'll be doing a a video of Pacific Redwood. One Pacific Redwood is a guy who's been tracking the weather changes that they're trying to engineer above us. And he is showing you how they're making unbelievable moves. They're dehydrating California. They're permanently creating a drought in that area. And they've got all these artificial patterns going. You can see like hard left turns and L angles. It's like squares in the sky, totally unnatural. And he shows you all of that in detail. I know. Well, you guys are in the same boat we are in. We're getting dosed with chemtrails too, so don't think for a second that you're the only ones getting dosed. But we have a short period of time before they totally dumb down the entire population of the nation. All nations. No one in my family has ever been a Nazi. I don't have any relationship to Nazis. Drumpf, however, I don't know. His real name is Drumpf. Drumpf, the German name, may have connections. I know his father was involved with the KKK, Donald Trump's father. His real name is Donald Drumpf, in case you didn't know. Unlike him, I'm proud of my German heritage, but my family left Germany in 1100 AD after we pretty much left the castle in the hands of some of our relatives. The Sponheim Castle is still standing to this day in the Rhineland. So somewhere around 1100 AD, we left Germany to go to Norway. And, Trump doesn't have a castle. They don't have a heritage like I have. We've been fighting Illuminati-ists for centuries. The Sponheim Castle stood as a barrier to all kinds of corruption that passed through Germany during that time period. So my namesake is definitely German, and I'm proud of it. But I'm not here to say that, I would change my name to something like Spawn or something. That's not something I'm going to do. I'm going to be proud of my name. Whereas Trump can't be proud of his past. He had to change his name to Trump from Drumpf. I've never been on a trilateral commission. I've never been a part of government. Making up accusations about me in the chat room is a joke. You people must be out of your mind. You got nothing on me. Absolutely nothing. No, you can remember Sponheim. If there's a castle named Sponheim, you can certainly remember my name. You remember where Disneyland is? Anaheim? Well, just pretend like I'm Sponheim at Disneyland. Coming from a man named Alan Duschwitz, you want me to change my name to something easier? It's easy to remember my name. It's not that big of a deal. And once you remember it for life. It's like riding a bicycle. Okay. Thank you. So as you can see, I am troll-proof. I'm one of the few people in the government or in the country that's troll-proof. I hope to be in the government someday. I don't have the thin skin that most people have that flee when they get attacked on the internet. I've got this amazing resilience that nobody seems to be able to get to. And it's because I'm driven by principles. I'm driven by truth, justice, and the American way. And I'm not making a joke. I'm serious. You're talking to a real American here. I'm not going to yell at reporters. I've been very nice to reporters. But they don't want to show my story because they don't want a third party and to get into the two-party system. You can't figure that out, can you? They've got it all tied up with the two parties. They don't want me in there messing things up. I'm so glad Sarah took the night off because she was really wiped out. No, my hair is all natural. I do use a plant protein on it. I miss her too, but I want her to get better. She's been working and having this weird sore throat, and I'm going, Sarah, just take care of yourself. I was talking to the reporter for 30 minutes. They never showed one single thing I said. I even denied it had anything to do with the blackface video, and she went ahead and made a big thing about the blackface video. That reporter, who did not even return my email. I emailed, she wouldn't even return my email. That reporter, I can't have a live debate with Gary Johnson because Gary Johnson doesn't even acknowledge chemtrails or 9/11 as an inside job. Okay, Gooey Lobster? If you can't read everything above me, None of these things resonate in Gary Johnson's mind. It'd be like talking to a wall. Do you have a debate with a wall? Wow, I never saw that Twilight Zone episode, Expired Food Chef. Okay, explain the blackface video. Sure, absolutely. In America, we have a thing called freedom of speech, in which we're allowed to freely speak out and impersonate our president. Now, Donald Trump has been vocal about saying that anybody who criticizes him in the media, he's gonna be making laws against that. So Donald Trump already has gone against the freedom of speech doctrine in the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment. Where I'm using the First Amendment to really spike this entire race and show you that I've known for the past 8 years that this president is a liar, a flim-flam artist, a puppet, a parrot, a simple joke. And I made this impersonation video to show you that this guy needed to be impersonated. So I took the hit of people claiming I'm a racist when I've never said a racial slur in my life. And we've used freedom of speech to catapult me into worldwide fame. The censors have not allowed this video to get any hits on YouTube. And there's two or three copies of this video that are still a hit. The locks are down. The hit counter locks stayed right where they are. They won't move. So they've used censorship in the YouTube hit counter locks. They've used a variety of other means of censoring us, like Cairo TV won't play any of my video. I won't get any representation when I send press releases out to any network. I've done this numerous times. They get nothing. So this video right here, or this little image, the GIF image we have here of the 2008 video, is a very, very good example of freedom of speech. And it's what the Democrat Marxists want to get rid of. They want to make it so that you can't do this kind of thing. They want to make it so you can't speak out freely about anything. We're heading right now right into what is called a totalitarian police state in America. And I know many of you are living in other countries in a totalitarian police state right now, and you're looking to us as a beacon of hope. We're basically being pushed into bondage right now. And the work that I do stops that. Puts a stop right in the ground. It says, stop. You cannot do this. You cannot take away our freedom of speech. They don't know what to do with me. Because I can outthink them and I've strategically maneuvered 8 years in advance, much like a chess game, I've already seen the censorship in advance of it happening, and I've already orchestrated a plan 8 years ago to stop it. So the worldwide attention that is growing every day around the world is actually sticking it to our censors in America and saying, you are not being fair. You are being totalitarian police state criminals, denying this man his freedom of speech. Or you, for that matter. You should have freedom of speech. No, there's not much missed on the show. You're good. We've had some technology, though. There's an effort right now to brilliantly reconstruct Leonardo da Vinci's genome. I don't know how technologically advanced this is going to be, but as you know, Leonardo da Vinci was a known plagiarist. He plagiarized all of his ideas. He was brilliant, no doubt about it, but he was not the first person to come up with flight. There was a monk in England who came up with flight before Leonardo da Vinci. He studied that work of the monks before he started designing plans for helicopters. But you may not know that he was a plagiarist. An international team of scholars have just unveiled plans to science the crap out of Leonardo da Vinci. The man who gave us the Mona Lisa and envisioned futuristic technologies like helicopters and tanks 500 years ago. Recovering this man's remains and reconstructing his genetic code. Instead of just embracing other geniuses in the world, they want to reconstruct his genetic code and make a clone of him. You know, when I tried to get a college education with 185 IQ, I was turned down by 4 major universities. Isn't that amazing? Yet they want to resurrect Da Vinci from some human genome. What a joke. Well, if they did use IQ, they would have accepted me. I had #1 status at my high school. I was valedictorian. I had 4.0 status. I also had a 98 percentile in the SATs. It was more than enough to get into those universities, but I was a victim of affirmative action. I'm white. Well, my ideas are brilliant. Let me show you one of them. I came up with this idea in 2008. If you don't like it, you can say, oh, that's never going to work. Oh, what a waste of time. Oh. I hear a lot of people saying that. This idea is using the Savonius windmill plan, the vertical windmill plan designed by Savonius. It's an open source technology. And adapting it to telephone poles across the nation. Now, there's a lot of telephone poles and electricity poles that could easily run a vertical windmill. We would easily have at least 5% of our electricity covered all the time. We would never have a problem. This would create a genius grid, not a smart grid, a genius grid. This would be working in the event of an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse. It would still work. Another idea I've come up with that is rather unusual is the blimp plane idea. And in about 5 to 10 years, we're going to be looking at a very ancient, aging infrastructure of old planes, 737s, 747s. And I came up with this idea, the blimp plane idea, using an existing infrastructure of old 747s and harnessing a blimp that is super light and frictionless, and attaching it to it and making it so that it could actually provide people transport across the country half the speed of a jet. It would go about 300 miles an hour. So this blimp idea is phenomenal, and once we put it into use, we can then see its profitability. Now, you'd be able to get a long-term flight on one of these trips. You'd have two ways of going. You could get a sleeper, where you'd have a bedroom with a bed and an LCD TV, and you could actually sleep in it for 10 hours and get to LA from New York for about $100. Or that would probably be more expensive. It would probably be $150. The $100 would be these chairs, these reclining chairs that you would sleep in or stay in. It'd be a 10-hour trip. But you'd get your flight for $100. Save a lot of money. Because the cost of getting a plane up in the air is really the ultimate cost of jet travel. 10 hours, yeah. We would have filtered air on board, unlike what we have today. There's no filtered air on board any planes that I know of. We would filter the air. We would install a series of parachutes in every one of the blimps, so none of these planes would ever crash. It may suck for you, but $100 is better than $300 to go one way. We would have parachute deployed from inside the unit. If there was ever a break in the fuselage, we would have parachutes pop out and provide safety. We would have one on the nose cone. We'd have one on the back there, the tail. Every wing could have a little, so basically parachutes would be all over. Yeah. So this is a concept, these are both original ideas of mine that I believe could very well save the infrastructure of our nation. And you'd be able to meet people on board. You'd actually meet your future partner in life, maybe just say, meet in the bar and say, hey, what do you say we hang out and talk and come back to my place? Oh, no, I have a room too. Okay, well, come back to my room. And there'll be like a bed there and a side table. And we're going to have rooms built into these cargo jets. Isn't that great? All right, so obviously I have great ideas. I've got another idea to help save the California drought, which nobody else has an idea like this. Sarah and I came up with this idea in 2005 of creating a ocean pipeline. So we have the ocean pipeline idea, which we could turn into a major production system in America. Mass production of modules that could be put in any location rapidly to create passive desalination of seawater. Seawater goes in the middle, evaporation occurs, All the fresh water lands on the inside with the dewdrops, and they fall to the side troughs of fresh water. The fresh water will be storable. You'll be able to put it away for a long period of time, use it for cooking, eating, potable uses, even growing food. Well, the idea of the animal flatulence idea is a rather unique idea. It's really just an example of all the greenhouse gases that are being wasted with animal production. I support livestock production. I support the animal industry that we currently have. We're not going to change and become all GMO soy eaters overnight. It's not going to happen. But somebody measured the amount of flatulence coming out of the most milking cows. They came up with 48 gallons a day. Well, if we had that animal inside of a controlled area where we'd had, a little bit, we could pull methane out of that area if it was sealed. And we would be able to, harness the methane from that animal's waste product. That's just one way of getting more dairy digesters built. We've already got a few dairy digesters in the country. There's one up in Linden, Washington that puts out enough juice to power up 25,000 homes from one dairy digester. So more of that, more green energy, more clean green energy is to come. Low-cost solar panels for every rooftop out there, lots of things like that. Well, the hose won't be up its butt. It'll be a specially designed butt plug with free flow technology for defecant release. Yes. Well, it's just one way to design a butt plug, Well, we're just talking about things scientifically here. Yes, I said butt plug. Yes, it's okay. But the animal won't be in any way tortured. It won't even notice that something's up its ass. No, I currently don't have a butt plug. And we just had a trademark for the free flow technology by Donald Trump, who took that idea too. Okay, so he's designed his own butt plugs now? Is that what you're saying? Oh my God, it's the end of the show. Well, I've done such a good job. Don't you think I should extend this? There's no reason for me just to stop now. I got to do my song, though. I got to Can't Stop Because I Won't Stop. All right, so let's line up the famous Trump picture of a butt plug. All right, here we go. Now let's get the butt plug set up. So he just trademarked the free flow technology and he's already added it to his butt plug. Wow, I did not know. Well, I hope some of you are laughing. At least maybe you have that going for you, which is nice. Hey, laugh while you can, because in a few years you'll be zip-tied and sent to the FEMA camps for the New World Order to take you down. So you might as well enjoy yourself right now. Is that fast enough? Okay. Yeah. You'll be sent to the FEMA camps. Hitlery, and the Donald, a.k.a. dictator Trump, they both want to send you to the FEMA camps. Yeah, I know. I'm telling it like it is, man. I might as well go out in a blaze of glory fighting for this country than to suck up to all the corporate indoctrination out there and become mind melded with the Illuminati. They'd have to kill me to stop me. There's no way I'm going to just stop doing what I'm doing, because this is too important. Our country is at stake here. Everything my father fought for in World War II as a war hero is being taken out and destroyed by people who've never even served in the military, like Donald and Hillary. We can stop, but we won't stop because we can't stop. All right, play this on.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all
Don't get
night,
shafted
bring it
with a
on
Donald
to
Trump
the
butt plug.
sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't.
So let's be clear.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
Sponheim for president.
We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head-on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions, causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, partner, piano lead.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
But I may have been a little upset at my brother at the time, and that was long ago. He's a very rational, very logical, good guy, caring man, full of ideas. I really respect him, and I hope that you write him in, because he's a good candidate for the job. And I wanted to make this film just to make sure that you know that.
Okay, thank you. Hey, yeah, that was my sister, Sarah. Okay, this is great, yeah. Well, we're going to do an extended show here. We're not done yet. You know, I am a big guy. I want everyone to know that I weigh over 230 pounds. And it is not easy to hide the bigness of a big body. I'm 6'4", and I am pretty big, yeah. Yeah, my sister's name is Connie. I don't wear a hairpiece. This is my real hair. I'm the same height as Abraham Lincoln. And I'm basic. Let me show you what Abraham Lincoln looked like. At 56 years old. Okay? This is Abe Lincoln at 56 years old. Now, he was 6'4", and I'm 6'4". All right. Yeah, a little dark under the eyes. Yeah, a little makeup would have been better for him, but he didn't have makeup at the time. I think he looks pretty bad myself. I'm better looking than this guy. So if I've got Lincoln beat on looks, you can only imagine. I moisturize. Thank you, Carlos. You recognize that. That's good. But the fact of the matter is, I'm living a a much better life than Abraham Lincoln was living when he died. And if you really believe that the next president of the United States is some fat corporate pig, then by all means vote for those people. But I'm basically a guy who's pretty active physically. I've done a lot of work to maintain my health at this age. And aside from the fact that I am clearly the best choice for the presidency, I'm also a person who's going to be healthy in the presidency. Knock on wood. And the goal here is to get a president who responds to the American people and listens to your chat, and who is not falling apart and having a wife who's psychotic like he had. Mary Todd Lincoln was a psychotic, and he had to deal with that. It wasn't fun, but he was pretty good considering what he had to go through and the stress that he lived under. Most people don't realize that Abraham Lincoln had a very high voice. That nobody ever knew that. We don't have an actual voice of him.
7 years ago, our forefathers became...
He sounded more like Michael Jackson. He didn't have a voice like mine, a resonant voice like mine. He sounded kind of, well, people made fun of him because of his voice. But he was a brilliant humorist, and they loved him. He wouldn't have been our president if he wasn't loved by so many people. Yeah, and it wasn't about the slavery issue. He was actually in favor of slavery. People don't realize that Lincoln, even though he was the Gettysburg Address guy, Emancipation Proclamation guy, brilliant mind. He helped us through this toughest time our country has gone through up to this point. But at the same time, he rode on Mary Todd Lincoln's coattails. She literally had the contacts that gave him the power to run for the presidency. I don't have that. I'm not married to Mary Todd Lincoln. I don't have any insiders like Trump has or Hillary has to get this election going. I'm literally, the only thing I've got going for me is the internet. The only thing. And it's the one thing that the Illuminati never planned on. It's really interesting to note that this effort is going on despite their attempts to censor me. They can't stop me. They haven't been able to stop me, and they won't stop me because its time has come. We need to do this. We're going to get stuck so far up our you-know-what by this Trump plug that it won't even be funny. You know, you think you're not Muslim. Well, you may look Muslim. You may look Muslim to somebody who comes to your door and says, "Are you Muslim? Do you have your papers?" This guy wants to deport people. He wants to turn our nation into a Nazi concentration camp and create deportation forces. He wants to stick that plug so far up America's ass we won't even know what hit us. And his agenda is dark. Using my ideas and bastardizing them like he's done has turned this nation into a joke around the world. When the former president of Mexico, found out about him wanting them to pay for the wall, they said, no effing way. So his ideas are completely miscombobulated. How will we ever collect on a wall that we can't build? How absurd is that? I didn't want to scare you with the butt plug thing, I'm sorry. The Trump plug is trademarked? Is it really? Could you show me the trademark on the Trump plug? Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. No butt plugs left behind. Okay. You know, I'm really glad that Sarah took the night off. I said that quietly because she will hear me and she'll wake up. And she'll come in here with her sleepy eyes. She's sweet to help out. You know, and I've had to carry this so long. You know, Sarah wanted, just to kind of walk away from it after our 600th show. And now we're up to over 2,000 shows. But it's just that she didn't really have it in her to take on the entire world like I do. She didn't have the ability to go after something that most people say is impossible. I do. I have the ability, and I can definitely keep this going. But she has given me a lot of assistance along the way. And she's got a job, yeah. And I retired, so I can do this. It's not that hard for me to do. And, you know, I'm uniquely set up to do this. She wants to build her retirement. I already have my retirement. Well, keeping this going is really the best thing we could ever imagine for America. Because what we're doing right now is building community. No matter what people say about, you know, negative things about what we're doing, we're building community. Americans communicating on every issue we can and talking about, you know, what matters to us. We know that technology and robotics will be coming into our lives. We know that we can't turn the tide back on technological development. There's too much competition from around the world for technology to continue. But we've got really dark corners in technology. We've got AI with no safeguards in place. Artificial intelligence could be a big, huge threat to mankind. We've got to put some safeguards in place. We've got to be able to pull the plug on robots. Seriously. We need to be able to pull the energy flow from robots. But these people are so out of it that they're creating nanotechnology that absorbs energy. I mean, they're literally creating nanotechnology that would integrate in with artificial intelligence that gives the robots the energy they need to survive. I mean, this is insane. No, I'm not going dark under my eyes at all. You've been fixating on that for a few hours now. Are you like transgender or something? I have deep set eyes. I know, Ann. Every one of your one-night stands, all 300 of them are very satisfied. But not one of them ever came back to actually get to know you. Yeah, it sucks being you. Yes, the butt plug is fully RFID'd, so they'll know exactly how far up your ass they are. The depth sensors on the butt plug will tell you exactly how bad you're getting screwed. Well, you know, I'm very fortunate because I work out every day, and I've been able to maintain my body up to a point. But the past 2 years, I gained 10 pounds. So I need to get my body down, my weight down. I need to, you know, obviously stay on this. You can't do it by just saying, oh, I think I'll eat a couple bowls of cereal and have some ice cream. Jackson, we stopped on the butt plug issue a couple hours ago. You just keep talking about it. Yeah. Well, you're worshiping Satan right now because you don't care. Anybody who doesn't care about the future of America or mankind is automatically worshiping Satan. You know, you don't even have to be a believer in God to understand evil. I got atheists understanding the concept of evil, really. I mean, evil is endemic in the human species. The question is how many people jump on board that bandwagon. Apparently you do worship Satan all day, because I got that vibe from you, 852. It's not just America, it's the world. But if we were to become a member of the global world community as described by Agenda 21, you won't have a house. It'll be given to some illegal alien refugee. You won't have any assets. Your money will be worthless. We'll depeg the dollar. It won't even exist. Your future will be which FEMA camp are you going to be assigned to before you're executed. That'll be the end of you. Yeah, Agenda 21. Yeah, that's their plan is to implement Agenda 21 and a countless other ridiculous schemes like TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership, or TTIP, or TP, Septic Safe TP. Yeah. There's lots of different TPs out there. All right, so it's a scary thought, yeah. So there was a time when Abe Lincoln was young, and everyone thought, wow, what a great young statesman he could be. And then he got real old real fast. Kind of like Obama. Have you noticed how old he's gotten? Not necessarily. I've noticed that I can hold back time. I've been doing it for the past 5 years. Let me show you my picture from 5 years ago. This is me outside my car. Right around 2008. Actually, this is longer than 5 years ago.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV.
All right. So here I am, 8 years later.
It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time.
So yeah, and that's my car, by the way. That's my Honda Insight. I still have that car. Isn't that great? So yeah, I'm holding back time. And as long as it takes, I'm going to be younger and younger. I'm heavier. I'm about, I'd say 15 pounds heavier than I was in that picture right there. Well, thank you, Peter. I appreciate that. That's so nice. But that's 8 years ago. Now let me show you 35 years ago. This was me when I was 18 years old. That was the year that Sarah was actually born, 1978. Well, I keep enjoying my life, so if you enjoy your life, you'll live longer, and you'll feel younger. I assure you. Hey, man. Thanks, Jackson. Just don't talk about butt plugs, okay? Appreciate it. It is easy. You've been trying to gain weight all your life, and I make it seem so easy. I know. Well, one of the ways you can gain weight abnormal is eat ice cream. That's got to be my one catch in life. I'll have a bowl of ice cream after like 11 o'clock at night sometimes. I got to get rid of that. I got to stop that. I'm weaning myself off of ice cream. He did, yeah. But anyway, that's the deal. I'm going to try to stay young for the presidency, and after that, I'll let it all hang out and I'll fall apart. I don't know. Yeah, I am related to some pretty amazing people. My great uncle, former, well, his name was Fred Hale Sr. Fred Hale Sr. lived to be the oldest living human in America, in the North American area. That's his claim to fame. Here he is. You can see the resemblance between me and my uncle. But he looked pretty good for 114, don't you think? That's Uncle Fred. Yeah, he was 114 when he passed on. He was on his way to be 115. He's the oldest living human being in the North American continent, my uncle. I never got to meet him, though. But, hey, there's hope for all of us. Yeah. Pretty good, huh? You know, one of the secrets to his long life, I read about his bio, he actually took in 1 teaspoon of bee pollen a day, and he had a shot of Irish whiskey every day. Yeah, a shot of Irish whiskey. I'm not sure which came first, the Irish whiskey or the bee pollen. I don't know about the... Yeah, that does look like original teeth. You're right. No, it could be dentures. I don't know. They made dentures pretty bad back in 1987. No, he was not a close relative. My family isn't that close. Most of my family members don't really like each other. So we have, it's called a Puritan pride. We were all Puritans. On my mother's side, Hale's on my mother's side. He actually, no, he's not running. He's a joke. The guy is a liar. He's not an official running candidate. Most of the people in my family don't like each other, so typical normal family, yeah. So I don't really talk to my cousins that often, hardly ever anymore. So it's not uncommon for me not to, meet him. Here he is picking an argument with his son. Hey, Dad, don't you think you should be taking some Geritol? Oh, shut up! You don't know anything about my diet. Well, I mean, Geritol's supposed to be good for you, Dad. Oh, you can't tell me what to do. I don't have under eyes. I have deep set eyes, so yeah. Why are you so obsessed with how people look, Farron? Do you realize how superficial that is? How empty-headed that is? I mean, why don't you grow a brain? Angel. What you got there? This one of your dream girls? I know. You're still fascinated with abnormal. You two are like getting along real well. I can see that. Jackson, thank you for coming in, sharing with what your views are, all of you. As you know, this is an ongoing process in which we try to talk about the possible future technologies that'll help us. And I was heavily affected by a radio encounter I had with a man named Jacques Fresco. I had a 2.5-hour interview with him online around 2010. And he was an amazing guy. He has this Venus project, which he's been working on. He just turned 100 years old. And you're talking about a guy who's 100 years old. He looks this good. Let me show you him right now.
What the Venus Project proposes is an entirely different system that's updated to present-day knowledge.
We've never given scientists the problem of how do you design a society which would eliminate boring and monotonous jobs, that would eliminate accidents in transportation, that would enable people to have a high standard of living, that would eliminate poisons in our food, that would give us other sources of energy that are clean and efficient.
When we understand that it is technology devised by human ingenuity which frees humanity and increases our quality of life, we then realize that the most important focus we can have is on the intelligent management of the Earth's resources.
If you want a world without war, without hatred, with reduced crime, considerably reduced crime, then you must declare all of the Earth's resources as the common heritage of all the world's people. Anything less than that will be a repetition of the same cycle of problems.
But there's no end to the possibilities, which I think haven't even begun yet. The civilized world hasn't even begun to get off the ground. The jobs that will be accomplished in the future, the marvels, the technology to come is unbelievable. And it's about high time we get off our self-centered, self-seeking, self-advantageous designs and get on with the social job that has to be done, namely the reclamation of the environment and human beings as well. So we welcome everybody's participation.
So yes, I did talk to Jacques Fresco, and it was a wonderful encounter we had with him. We have a link here for you to digest if you want to check it out. We have Mike now. That's my Blog Talk Radio interview with Jacques Fresco. It's still out there. Yeah, but in a perfect world where everything is dreamy and idealistic, yeah, be great. But in reality, we do have a tremendous amount of greed. And those greedy people right now, instead of fixing the world and providing more fresh water and cleaner air, they've decided, the greedy people have decided, and this, I'm not making this up, they've decided that they want to get rid of the population. That's why they put out this goal of depopulation. And the goal is absurd. I did the math necessary to define how much land we have available. And if every citizen in the world were to be given some property right now on Earth that's got some land on it, I'm not talking about water, but land. If every person on Earth was given land, there's more than enough land right now to give everybody 15 acres of property. So this global scam of depopulation is just ridiculous. It is. I don't want more people on Earth. I want to make sure we feed the ones we have. Right now, the Democrats have let 4 million people in America go hungry. They haven't done anything to fix the homelessness. We need more fresh water for California. The Democrats don't have any ideas to do that. We do. I want to make sure that people have enough resources to have a family if they want to have kids. Unlike the elitists, I don't want to tell you you can only have 1 or 2 kids. Like Ted Turner says that he wants to do that. I'm not having kids because I don't want the burden of children right now while I'm running for president. If and when I want to have kids, I sure can probably do that, but Sarah's reaching a point where she probably doesn't want to ever have kids, which is fine. She never wanted to have kids to start with. But I don't have the desire to have kids, so. Bioengineering is a lot less dystopian when it looks like an acid trip. Okay, we'll play that tonight. And what's your link there? Okay, let's do a little round robin on everything we saw tonight. We've got a lot of stuff to look at here. Boeing high energy laser development. A laser mobile demonstrator destroys mortars mid-flight.
Almost like a butane torch that's been brought to a really fine, tight flame. And you're literally applying it right to the surface of the mortar. And you can imagine that if you had a mortar and you did that, that it wouldn't take very long before you would get the inside hot, which is where the high energy explosive is. And if you heat that high energy explosive up to a high enough temperature, why, it'll detonate.
The Army system would provide an umbrella for the ground troops underneath. 3 trucks, strategically placed, could defend a battalion against mortar rounds and more.
And these are the slowest targets that we deal with of the rockets, artillery, mortar grouping. Rockets are in the 600 to, let's say, 1,000 miles an hour, something in that kind of range. And yet we make these look as if they're standing still.
The Army outfitted the HEL-MD with existing technology. The laser sits on an Oshkosh truck, and an operator can track targets with a video game controller.
Something that they can just pick up and it feels natural to them.
The only cost of operating the system is fueling the onboard electrical power systems. It only takes a small amount of diesel fuel to fire the laser long enough to destroy a mortar.
And so not only is this system very high tech, but it's also very cost effective. And it's hard to find solutions that have all of the high tech, pushing the state of the art capability, which are also the most cost effective solution.
Cool, Boeing. All right, then we go to what has been occupying almost everybody everywhere you go. Yeah, most people don't realize that the country is not, our country is not overpopulated. America, if we were to give everybody in America a piece of property, we have over 5 acres per person. We just have to get water to those acres. You know, when my family moved out here in the 1860s, there was no water in areas. We had to dig wells in North Dakota and Minnesota. And I'm nothing like Alex Jones. No, Alex Jones is a cheap copy of me. He doesn't talk about how we could create more fresh water. He's got nothing. I've got it all. He has nothing. He's a shill. Alex Jones collects $9 million a year from a corporation. Hardly. He is owned and operated by Lockheed Martin. They run his operation. He's a military-industrial shill. He's called controlled opposition. Hey, listen, if I'm talking above your head, it's because you don't have the brain power to understand what I'm saying. Don't feel bad. Most people are being dumbed down right now. You wouldn't even comprehend what I'm saying, even if I tried to explain it to you. We did a live car chase. That was fun. We listened to a robot cuss.
I am the universe. Alright, where do you want this? Mother... Ow! What the f***, Kevin? God damn it. Oh.
Boston Dynamics is trying to humanize their robots, make them seem less automatic. You're not getting paid because I'm not getting paid. We're not into money here. You know, that's the bottom line, is we do this because we care about our country, not because we want to profit. Alex Jones sits behind his desk scaring the living daylights out of people, talking like this.
Okay, everybody, you're dealing with the Bilderberg Group. Oh, these people are powerful. They have so much money. It's unbelievable. They're actually, there's an even deeper plan to control the world.
I mean, this guy is all about scaring the living daylights out of you without any solution. I've got a solution. We've got a third party we're building. We've got a new political plan to save the country. He doesn't have anything. He's just doom and gloom. He's a doom and gloomer. And he rarely ever talks about things that are obviously true, which, as much as I talk about chemtrails, he doesn't talk about chemtrails. The geoengineering that they're doing above us, they don't want anyone to talk about. So that's when Vin Diesel came out a couple days ago with his Facebook talking about the dangers of chemtrails and his X plan. He's breaking ground in the mainstream media. My plan is, thank you, Diaper Man. My plan is going to simply get me to the presidency, let me stop all jets that are flying chemicals in the air, let me order all municipal water systems to pull fluoride out of the water, let me order every single hospital that they cannot force vaccinations upon people under any circumstances. Children can still have an option to get homeschooled if they don't want to get vaccinated. And make sure that there's no RFID chipping going on in our medical healthcare system. I will then move on developing a Justice Department plan to prosecute Barack Obama on a birth certificate which is clearly fake, a forged birth certificate, and I can prove it. I have ample evidence that shows beyond a shadow of a doubt, beyond any reasonable doubt, that his birth certificate is a joke. It's completely photoshopped. And then we will go ahead and remove every single piece of legislation that he pens his name to. We will terminate Obamacare. They'll have to spend 6 weeks to reissue legislation to match it and to re-ratify it. They won't be able to do it with the Congress that we will have in the future. So Obamacare will be done. We won't have to deal with that anymore. And by the way, Obamacare itself, the website, you're going to be blown away when I tell you it's cost $2 billion for the website. This is how reckless this president is. Do you know that every time you click on the word Obamacare, the government has to pay AdWords $1? $1 every time you click on Obamacare comes out of your taxes or out of our budget. That's how out of it the guy is. He created he bought the name, he used your dollars, our government dollars, to buy the name. It's just unbelievable. Obama will be arrested. I will personally make sure of that when I become president. He will be charged with a crime of fraud. And we saw some new Israeli technology that was pretty weird. I don't know if it's fictitious or not, but it looks pretty deadly what they're thinking. First of all, I want Colton to understand Obama doesn't have anything original out of his mouth. He mostly says things that are written by speechwriters. So when you say Obama, what he did to Trump, it's just coming out of speechwriters. Some comedy writer wrote that. Yeah, so you can't even say he even has a mind of his own. He's just a talking puppet. Did you see what happened to him the other night when he was roasted? You probably didn't see that, did you? Well, they served him up on a platter. The African American that was making mincemeat out of Obama, literally having him stand there smiling like he was, literally called him the N-word. Called our president the N-word. Yeah, does anybody have the White House Correspondents' Dinner? Let me see if I can pull it up on my history. Yeah, you'll get a kick out of this. No, I don't have it. Oh, here it is. Larry Wilmore, yeah. Destroys the establishment.
It's an absolute honor to be here tonight. I want to thank the president. It looks like you're really enjoying your last year of the presidency. Saw you hanging out with NBA players like Steph Curry, Golden State Warriors. That was cool. Yeah. You know, it kind of makes sense, too, because both of you like raining down bombs on people from long distances, right? Sure. What? Am I wrong? What? Speaking of drones, how is Wolf Blitzer still on television? Another 8 years.
What's going on? Oh, okay. Hey, well, anyway, I'm going to play you guys this video right now after the show. So, yeah, it'll be really informative for you to look at this. Obama is a feckless, empty poser of a president. He's always been a flim-flam artist. He's simply reading off a teleprompter, and you guys bought it. And that's really sad, because we've wasted yet another 8 years that we could have been building this country up and building industry that will help the environment. And you should be ashamed of yourself for buying into the lies the Democrats and Republicans have been putting out over the past 16 years. Many of you should really realize that this is a major, major shift we need in America. And it can't come from you just doing the same thing over and over again and writing down an X under a Democrat or an X under a Republican. And Donald Trump acts like the third party is his go-to solution if he gets kicked out of the Republican Party. Sorry, he has to run straight into me. And I've built this plan for over 8 years now. He can copy it all he wants. It's not going to be delivered the way I want to deliver it. He doesn't have the understanding that I have. You know, Farron, I'm really tired of your mouth, so I'm going to remove you from the room permanently. Don't ever come back here. Domestic terrorism strikes Whole Foods. Wow.
Video has emerged of a perpetrator.
Interesting. Check this out. And then moving on, we'll have those two lined up for you. And then the Israeli technology, we showed you already. Humvees crashing on the ground because they don't even know how to deploy air shoots. There's another one.
Yeah.
There's nothing left.
Bird and baby.
Yeah,
Boom! One gone Humvee. It's just amazing how they drop Humvees and destroy them. I'm not copying anything, you idiot. I'm the original. They copy me, you freak. God, what an idiot. Okay, and a reminder that Windows 10 will soon cost $119 starting July 29th, so they're threatening you to get the incriminating software that breaks into your privacy using the NSA controls that Windows 10 has in it. Now they want you to buy it like you're going to really want it. So those of you who've really desisted Windows 10 so far are probably safer than you even realize. They want Windows 10 so bad in every single home so that the NSA could literally watch everything you're doing when your computer is off. That's how secretive this technology is. Check out your Kinect. If you have an Xbox One or an Xbox 360, check out Kinect and read the fine print. They can turn that on without even turning the red light on and watch you in your living room, and there's not a damn thing you can do to stop them. Okay. And by the way, our video from last night is uploaded. It's ready to go. And then we started the show off with the world's largest telescope, made it of liquid mercury, the biggest waste of liquid mercury ever in the history of mankind. Liquid mercury is really rare, by the way, and they're wasting it on this stupid mirror. What a joke. Unbelievable. And we talked about the FDA tightening rules for e-cigarettes, a landmark move, because, you know, the states are running out of revenue from cigarette sales. They want to boost cigarette sales, and they're even trying to make it so it's illegal for anyone 18 to 21 to smoke cigarettes in California. They put tape on your webcam. Yeah, you should definitely put tape on your webcam. They make new little webcam things you can cover up your webcam so you know for sure they're not watching you. Yeah. And then shout out between store owners and a shoplifter. Have not seen this yet. Audio is not coming in. I guess that's not really good audio, so we can't do it. And we're almost done here. Oh no, we only have 22 more links. That's not bad. I don't want to look at that thing. Over Taco Bell, Donald Trump proclaims on Cinco de Mayo he loves Hispanics. Over Taco Bowl. He dined on a taco bowl and proclaimed, "I love Hispanics." Unbelievable. And Rolling Stone is telling Donald not to actually play their songs. Rolling Stone, the group, is upset that Donald is playing their songs without paying him any royalties. So not only does he take ideas from me, but he takes original music from them without paying any homage to them. Oh, dead fish in China, we talked about that. We started the show with a medical breakthrough. Hemp cannabidiol is a product approved by the Brazilian government for treatment of cancer. Very cool. And breaking news, I did not see this earlier. Walgreens is going to start selling marijuana in retail drugstores. This is amazing. The great tobacco and pharmacy debate just got a lot more interesting. This morning, Walgreens announced plans to start selling marijuana in the states that have legalized cannabis. Wow. Let me give you guys the link. I'm in a state that allows marijuana, recreational marijuana, so my local Walgreens will be a place to buy marijuana. Isn't this unbelievable? We have a huge trend going on in America, and it's opposite to the New World Order. It's opposite to the corporate industrial complex. It is a trend to create recreational legalized marijuana across the nation. Yeah, I know. I predicted this in 2010. Actually, 2012, I said that Trump and Hillary would be in the election. So it doesn't surprise me that they're going to say it in 2015 they said this. I've been predicting it for the past 4 years. But we'll look at that a little bit later. Let me get it up ready to go. Okay, and right. Did you know that most vitamin C comes from GMO corn made in China? That's another story we covered. And then, yeah, that was shocking. I don't do vitamin C, so I just eat, things with vitamin C in it. They're raiding and shutting down dispensaries in Southern California. You got to be kidding me, Colt. Wow. So if we have either Trump or that Marxist Hillary Clinton, we probably will have the reversal of recreational marijuana. They'll probably shut down all dispensaries in the country. You see why you need to get a third party going, folks? It can't just happen on its own. It doesn't suck itself. Oh, and we started our show with Oculus Rift. Look at that. Wow. So this is out at Best Buy now. You can get the whole deal, and somebody said it's amazing. DJ Stingy said that. Fascinating. So they're going to have this whole thing available for selected time only at Best Buy. So call Best Buy if you want to buy it. This is a story that came in the last 2 days ago. That the mainstream media is trying to destroy Zero Hedge, but they're not able to because the independent media continues to explode in popularity. People are turning to Zero Hedge for really good cutting-edge economic information. Anytime a mainstream media outlet gets an opportunity to take cheap shots at an alternative media rival, especially one that is extremely influential, profitable, and popular, they'll do it. And that's what happened last week when Bloomberg decided that a single mentally unstable source would make a great basis for a hit piece against a financial news rival, Zero Hedge. Oh, these articles are so tedious. Well, whatever. You can read about it later if you're really into it. All right. Geez, this extended 1-hour show has just been flying by. PC system compatible would be good if Sony could make it work. Yeah. This is a story I don't think anyone can avoid. It's New York City tap water contains 11% Molly and 6% oxycodone. That's how many prescription drugs are dumped into the New York City tap system. Hello there again, green-eyed girl. Yeah. And here's the truth behind chemotherapy, everybody. This is a good article from Scissor Fight. These drugs were derived from World War I chemicals. Wow. Prominent alternative cancer doctor had been dedicated supporter of medical freedmen named Nicholas Gonzalez, and informed consent long before his untimely death at the age of 67. He remained a staunch believer in his beliefs. Notwithstanding his resolve, however, he never tried to force anyone to accept his therapy over standard medical treatments such as chemotherapy. Gonzalez believed that cancer is caused by a combination of poor diet, environmental pollution, and daily stress. This condition gets aggravated even more when one does not eat meals that correspond with one's metabolic type. The Gonzalez regime proposed the use of oral pancreatic enzymes, large numbers of dietary supplements, and coffee enemas? Wow. Well, there's a lot of positive results from eating ginger, they say, and there's supposed to be some benefits from dandelion root. No, I don't think Bob Dole will even get out of his nursing home. Motivational speaker goes off after being disrespected by his high schoolers.
For real, I'm not playing now. And this is why I get so frustrated. Somebody's still talking. Come on.
He asked some
students. I love you, bro. Listen to me very closely. They paid me $50.
Okay, here's a motivational speaker. We'll be talking about him too. Gosh, all these great videos coming up. And I only have 60 browsers open. That's not bad. Thanks so much. I don't have that link, 756. I can't get that. You have to be a user on this pathetic network before you could actually be seen. Your links can be seen. Now, this is quite a technical story. I wanted to say this for last because it's perhaps the most important that you'll not even understand. Yeah. I think Bad Dog sent us this 8 SS7 vulnerabilities you need to know about. I didn't even know I had any SS7 vulnerabilities. Wow, SS7 has been in the network controlling wireline and wireless calls since the mid-1980s. And now we're talking about its vulnerabilities. A lot of people think we should only be focused on the evolution of the LTE EPC diameter-based networks. Wow. If you guys are into the technical side of the internet, this would be an interesting article. But apparently they do everything bass-ackwards. Windows operating systems never had any correction over the back doors. You know, Windows operating systems, by the way, are just a mountain of bad code. If you didn't know that, I hate to tell you, but it was the worst operating system ever. The government funded the development of Microsoft through countless orders, government contracts. And Windows just kept making bad code and producing it. They were totally getting funded by the government, and they didn't care. So now they claim they have support for Windows 8 and Windows 10, but they don't want to support Windows XP or anything prior to Windows XP they won't even support. So in other words, they produced software that was vulnerable, and they charged you for it, and nobody's ever prosecuted them for a crime. They sent you out vulnerable, hackable, easily backdoorable software, and they won't even face the music. No one will ever prosecute these people. Bill Gates is walking away with multi-millions and billions of dollars, and he just simply made it on the backbone of the government printing up money and giving it to him. And the crap heads at Microsoft are screwing up Skype too. Yeah. You know, I was surprised when I had a Skype account with money on it, and because I didn't use it for 6 months, they told me the money was gone. It's just unreal. They literally don't care about the money you're buying on Skype credit. They'll just get rid of it if you don't use your Skype system. It's crazy. They actually think that's going to win customers over. I mean, what a bunch of idiots. Every single one of these mega corporations like Google and Facebook and Microsoft and eBay, none of them have any contact points for you to actually call customer service. And believe me, I've tried. These are the most imbecilic, overpaid technocrats in the entire world. Facebook is not okay. Facebook you might as well put your entire life with Satan and have Satan handle your entire operating social network. Yeah. Facebook is a joke. You're completely vulnerable to people hacking into your personal life. Frankly, all these social networks are simply being run by the government through shell corporations like In-Q-Tel that works for DARPA. And believe me, Skynet is real. It's on your computer right now, and you think you're watching your friends online. They're watching you. There's no privacy anymore. There's no any kind of solidarity in the journalistic community. Nobody knows that they can safely send a story through the air without being monitored. There's nothing. We don't even have any privacy. And the really scary part about it is nobody gives a crap. You're like, oh, well, whatever, it's okay, I don't care. I'm not doing anything wrong, so I don't care. I know, Microsoft bought it and nothing but problems, I know. I still don't do Skype-to-Skype communication because even though they claim they shield the IP from any contact, any unknown contact, the fact is once you become a contact with somebody, they see your IP. I mean, that's not shielded. You can call somebody with Skype using your Skype credit and they can't see your IP. But if they send you a requester back saying they want to become friends, we had a great conversation, instantly they can see your IP and they can DDoS you. Distributive denial of service. DDoSing shuts down computer websites. All right, so we've reached the end of our 4-hour extended broadcast. Transmitter over core creates dry upper low. This is what we were waiting for. This is the story from One Pacific Redwood on the weather manipulation that's going on in the atmosphere right now. Now, this is HAARP combined with chemtrails that are being manipulated to create an artificial drought in California. And some of our viewers are right in the thick of it, like Scissor Fight, you live in California. You know how dry it is there. Your serious question regards our ocean pipeline. What was your question? Paula? Hey, I got into the show. I did an extended broadcast, Green-Eyed Girl. Yeah, Paul, what's your question, Paula? Ooh, cool, the Hamocraft. Pretty neat. It's a floating hammock. The Hamocraft. Hang out with your friends on the Hamocraft. Lightweight aluminum frame. Sits on an inflatable paddle boards. Allows you to hammock your way. Sounds like a dream. Please send me the link to the details for give me 30 seconds. I can give you 30 seconds. Let's do a little primer on Paula knowing about the ocean pipeline. Okay. I'm going to bring in a couple pictures that will help you understand what I'm talking about. All right. Close down on the ocean pipeline tonight. Okay, the design is very simple. We use seawater in the middle of these modules. It's only about less than a foot of seawater in depth, and we allow it to evaporate. These modules will be sealed containers. The seawater will go into the middle of these containers through a pipe, which will be fed with renewable energy pumps like solar and wind power pumps that push the water in. It sits there and it evaporates. It's a very slow process, and then once it evaporates, it drips down to the sidewalls and floats to the bottom of the two sidewalls, and then we pull that fresh water out and store it somewhere else without evaporation. And we can use that fresh water for drinking, food, growing food, potable uses. Chances are we'll divert seawater for flushing toilets, so we won't actually use seawater, or we won't use fresh water for anything, disgusting. But the seawater could also be used to create vegetables and all kinds of fisheries, clams, mussels, shrimp. Shrimperies can be developed in the seawater. Here's a typical ocean pipeline setup for 4 homes. 4 homes could be given enough fresh water to not only provide them drinking, but also growing food. And this type of a unit could sit near the ocean and provide enough water for 4 homes or 4 small farms. And that's the goal. Everything I do is all brand new politics. Nothing like this has been seen before on the planet. I'm pushing an idea that is way ahead of its time because I think we need it now. And the critical problem in California and other areas around the world with droughts in China and Australia, in Africa, makes this a real challenge. Yeah, you could raise lobsters and crabs and shrimp in the seawater swills. And all right. Thanks. A lot of people copy me. That's right. So Ocean Pipeline is a plan that would make itself obviously beneficial long term. These units will last over 40 to 50 years. They'll be made out of hard polycarbonate, which will resist cracking, and UV rays will not affect it. They'll be UV resistant. It will have the ability to produce fresh water without any fossil fuel burn whatsoever. This is way beyond your wildest dreams when it comes to dealing with the big critical problems facing humanity. Fresh water is our biggest problem. we have a freshwater problem. And if you listen to the elitists, they think we have a population problem. Frankly, I would much rather feed and clothe and provide housing for millions and millions of people than to get rid of them and put them in FEMA camps and execute them like the elitists want to do. Yep, wave pumps for water, that's right. Point absorbers sitting out there in the ocean can pump water in. We get solar power pumps. They've got them right now that literally run on a windmill. Windmills can actually power up directly a direct drive pump. They use them in Africa to pull water out of deep wells. But we don't even need a battery. We can just wind power it. But we could use batteries as backup, and we could also use solar as backup. So these ideas really will never get off the ground unless we have political power. If I were to go call some people right now in California and say, oh yeah, I really think this should really, we should do this, dude, they'd laugh at me. They'd go, yeah, right, sure, buddy. Well, so far, draw cap, we've got a 200-mile run will produce, that means all these modules linked together in a 200-mile run will produce 250,000 gallons of fresh water a day. And that's a conservative estimate. So a line running from LA to Las Vegas, up and down hills, could produce enough water to cover Vegas and Phoenix and Flagstaff and Tucson altogether. Yeah, and they would immediately ask how much money they would make on the water. Yes, we are, Colton. We're running out of water. Vegas is 47,000 gallons short of water per year. Excuse me, per day. That's a small estimate. They're really running out of water. 47,000 gallons short of water. That's why everyone's got water shortages in California and Nevada. You can't water your lawn in certain areas. If you do, you get arrested or charged with a crime. It was 47,000 gallons per day. That's how much we're short. Thank you. Well, this has been great. Thanks for coming in, everybody. Here comes the videos. We'll be on till the wee hours of 2 in the morning if you want to stay and chat and hang out and talk politics. We do this every day except Sunday. All right, Colton, why don't you figure out why you're running out of water, okay? Thank you, Paula. Colton is in total denial. Yeah. And you can come in and chat during the night, all the way to 2 in the morning. I'll be in the room off and on. I interact with the chatters. Yeah, I know Lake Matthews is plumb full, Colton. I know that. That's because they had a torrential downpour, and Lake Matthews happens to be within the runoff area. But California does not have a lot of water reclamation systems in place. They can't store water for very long, and frankly, I'm talking to people in the chat room right now in California that have a water shortage in their area, and they're told they can't water their grass in their front yard. Yeah, well, that lake is always filled up because it's in a direct ravine underneath a huge mountaintop. So there's always going to be an exception to everything we say. But to argue that we don't need fresh water is absurd. The more, the better. How can you not have enough fresh water? I mean, how can you have too much fresh water is what I'm asking. Well, that's good. We need to have more reclamation systems. This would be an accoutrement to that, an addition. Well, you know, all I can say is Vegas is 47,000 gallons per day short. So Lake Mead is still dropping. Let's take a look at Lake Mead right now. You know, it would be great if I could just do a show without having endless questions all the way past the extended hour. Let's see where Lake Mead is at right now. Okay. Looks good. Looks like a really good, healthy water system they have at Lake Mead. Yeah. Yeah, it looks good. I'm sure Vegas will be fine. That looks like a lot of water there. It's amazing to me how these people are. They're in total denial. No wonder that Hillary's probably going to win this election because she's got cap and trade. Jeez. Nobody has any original thinking to fix the problem, and we got a lot of deniers here who say there is no problem. Yeah, you're in total denial. Anybody who says that we've got too much fresh water as it is an absolute imbecile with a subpar intelligence. All right, take care, everybody. Enjoy the videos. Dave's Video Emporium starts now.